All right, everybody, good evening. Thank you so much for watching Fox News Now, our special Super Tuesday live stream coverage. Just want to give you a heads up when and if any additional breaking news happens here, we will bring it to you on this News Now stream. But otherwise, this is going to be pretty heavily focused on Super Tuesday, the Democratic candidate events. This is the Bernie Sanders headquarters, as well as polling places, as well as results. So we're keeping a close eye on all of it for you right here on Fox News Now. But when and if any other news of the day happens, we just might bring it to you as well. So I just wanted to give you a heads up. We're going to be very focused on Super Tuesday, on the 2020 presidential election campaign coverage of all things election. Your choice 2020 right here on Fox News Now. Let's see. Sanders headquarters in Essex Junction, Vermont. We have a live look at a Salt Lake City polling place. Can't bring it to you, though, due to the provider of the live feed. You know how we have our restrictions here. We also have a polling place in Richmond, Virginia, and one in Portland, Maine. So I'm going to see which ones I can bring to you. I think I can at least bring you the one in Portland, Maine, but I'm going to confirm, and then we will see. But again, this is Bernie Sanders headquarters, Essex Junction, Vermont. I cannot have the audio up right now due to some music they are playing, but this is Fox News Now. Thanks for being here, everyone. Please like, share, subscribe. Let your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors, everybody you know about us right here. All right, I just checked. We are all clear to show you the polling place in Portland, Maine. I'm going to double box it for you right here along with the Bernie Sanders headquarters in Vermont.
J, K, or L? Your last name start with J, K, or L, or later? Last. J, K, L, or later? You're later? Oh, I guess I am. Okay. So are behind this person.
If we're after L, we can go this way.
Yes. Yes. All right. Hi. Beginning of the alphabet. Beginning of the alphabet. There's a size limit of stuff you can carry, you know. No, I'm just kidding. I'm D. D. Beginning. Bring it back here.
So W would be here.
So close. Almost there.
Rapid.
Over here. Hi. What's your last name? Right there. You're going to follow him. Anybody else getting I will. We have a last name. Okay. Over here. Are you at the beginning of the alphabet?
Yes.
Okay. Right behind that person.
Thank you.
Yep. And follow that. What's your last name?
Thank you.
I came through the first one and I didn't know that. So I was actually loaded in the Yeah, I checked in, I was independent, so I couldn't vote in this time. Done the other. I'm not, I just didn't want to vote twice.
While we have a little bit of time, everyone, I would like to read for you the latest from FoxNews.com when it comes to Super Tuesday. A confident Joe Biden predicting he'll, quote, win a number of states as 14 primaries from coast to coast are being held this Super Tuesday, the single biggest day in the race for the Democratic presidential nomination. The former vice president riding a wave of momentum after crushing frontrunner Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont and the rest of the Democratic field in Saturday's South Carolina primary, and nearly catching up to Sanders in the race for convention delegates, is aiming to stay close to the self-proclaimed Democratic Socialists on a day when 1/3 of all those delegates are up for grabs. Whether an 11th hour surge of support for Biden by the Democratic establishment will boost him toward the goal remains to be seen. Biden's odds improved immensely the past 2 days after two fellow centrist candidates, former South Bend, Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg and Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota, ended their White House bids and backed Biden. The former vice president enjoyed a tidal wave of endorsements from establishment, politicians, and other leaders. Biden's goal is to firmly cement his status as the moderate alternative to Sanders, but that mission's also shared by former New York City Mayor Mike Bloomberg, the multi-billionaire business and media mogul who's poured more than $500 million of his own money into his campaign since announcing his candidacy in late November. Now, Bloomberg, who's on the ballot for the first time today after skipping the 4 early voting states of Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, and South Carolina in order to concentrate on the delegate-rich Super Tuesday states and beyond, today told reporters that he, quote, has no intention of dropping out. For Biden to stay competitive with Sanders in the delegate hunt, he needs to make sure he doesn't get routed by the independent senator in California, which has 415 delegates up for grabs, the biggest Super Tuesday prize. For over a year, Sanders has poured resources into the Golden State, where progressives dominate Democratic Party politics. He was polling far ahead of Biden and the rest of the field in the final public opinion surveys. Again, we are taking a live look at a polling place in Portland, Maine, while we're also keeping a very close eye on Bernie Sanders' headquarters in Vermont. This is a quote. My hopes are high. I think we're going to do well on Super Tuesday. I think we'll qualify here and we'll meet the threshold. And I think we're going to win a number of states as well, Biden told reporters during a stop in Oakland, California. The threshold Biden mentioned is 15%, which candidates have to reach at a statewide or congressional district level to win convention delegates. One issue for Biden is that early voting in California started in early February, well before his surge the past couple days. This is another quote. I know that a lot of folks have already voted. I get that, Biden acknowledged. Continuing on, but I still feel good. I think we're gonna do fine, end quote. Biden's big win in South Carolina is feeding his campaign coffers. The former vice president, who struggled with fundraising since launching his bid last April, told reporters later on today in East Los Angeles that he thinks he's raised I don't know if it's supposed to be $1 million the last 3 days. Let me check here. I'm pretty sure it's written somewhere. And I can't find that exact amount that he has raised because there's definitely a typo in this article here, but that is a-okay. We're continuing on. Similar restrained confidence from Sanders, who voted this morning in his hometown of Burlington, Vermont. The senator acknowledged to reporters that, quote, today is obviously a very, very important day, and we look forward to doing well, end quote. Bloomberg, at a campaign stop today in Florida, stressed that, quote, we're in it to win it, and pushed back at questions from reporters asking if he'd drop out, saying, quote, I don't understand why you would not ask other candidates that, end quote. When asked about his expectations for capturing delegates today on Super Tuesday, Bloomberg said, quote, I have no expectations for today. We will have a decent number of delegates. We've been working at this for 10 weeks. And Bloomberg pushed back against the conventional wisdom by saying in the race he would take votes away from Biden, which could benefit Sanders. Bloomberg argued, quote, that Joe's taking votes away from me, end quote. Bloomberg also acknowledged that the possibility of a contested Democratic nominating convention in July in Milwaukee, that was a mouthful, is his only pathway to becoming the party's standard bearer, saying, quote, I don't think I can win any other way. Lots of quotes in here for sure. Fighting for survival amid the shrinking Democratic presidential field, the other remaining major Democratic candidate in the White House race, Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts, she's taken aim at Biden. Speaking at a Super Tuesday Eve event in Monterey Park, California, Warren characterized Biden as not her friend and fellow progressive champion Sanders as a risk to the Democratic Party and the country. Warren, who's seen her fortunes for winning the nomination wane after poor finishes the past 3 weeks in the New Hampshire primary, the Nevada caucuses, and Saturday's primary in South Carolina, stressed that, quote, nominating someone who wants to restore the world before Donald Trump when the status quo has been leaving more and more people behind for decades is a risk, big risk for our party and our country, end quote. Warren has faced repeated questions since her distant fourth-place finish in her neighboring New Hampshire about the future of her White House bid, and she faces the possibility of losing her home state of Massachusetts, which votes today to Sanders, though speculation is widespread that she could be positioning herself as a potential running mate. So again, lots of movement here. Going to continue to follow it all for you right here on Fox News Now. Appreciate each and every one of you being here. Pilar Arias is with you right now, staying on top of all this. I'm going to pull up the audio from the polling place there in Portland, Maine. Happy Super Tuesday, folks, and thanks for being here. There's a lot of people in the chat that I'm about to zap and get rid of right now.
register to vote. If you're unenrolled, this is not the line to join a party today. Okay, so as an unenrolled voter, you don't vote in the presidential primary, you vote in the other two races. If you're unenrolled. We'll do all the polls for us. Everything's you're gonna follow these people right here.
Let me see. You stand right here. You stay right here.
Really?
You are a bad teacher. You don't even hear what you're doing. Sir, can I have you? No, sorry.
Thank you so much. Okay, yep. So step over this way. Where do you live? So you just need to register.
There might have been two now. Some in this one. My vehicle registration for me. I'm in the gap and register. And then they come back in. Go see it. All right, so you got 4 o'clock. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Change the other sign to
Oh, yes. Yeah, we
the
changed
the marker right there.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Makes sense.
Not pictures. Use a deep it was the idea in your head. You can smile.
Yeah, next time. Unenrolled. And so many people are saying, yeah, I'm independent. Yes, no, I'm unenrolled. And I go, well, are you really? Okay. want to vote for somebody for president, you have to be in one of the parties. Okay, so that's just waiting in line.
At the end of this line. But once you get to the front, you go, boom.
Yeah.
You don't wait over here again. Okay? You're brave.
No, last name. All right.
You know, Marita.
I sure do. Are you kidding?
Hi, neighbor.
I'm not gonna, I have a cold.
Oh, please.
I mean, not a big one, but, you know, a little.
No cold here.
Okay, so if you're already registered, as a heads up, if you're an unenrolled voter, you need to be in a party to vote for the presidential. Okay. All right, you're about to find out. What's your last name? All right. Follow this person here. Last name? Over here. There.
Things that I'm not voting for this building anymore, but they check somewhere else.
Want me to help you check?
Yeah. What's your last name?
Why don't you give me your address and I can find out.
415 Forest
So
Avenue.
unenrolled voters, unenrolled in a
415
party will not be getting a presidential ballot.
Forest Avenue.
Okay? If you, so what's your last name? Yay! Go see Susan. MG over here. What's your last name? Ella over here.
You know what?
Oh, you're right here,
Over that way because I need to be near my phone.
Unenrolled in a party means that you don't get a presidential ballot. If you want a presidential ballot, you've got to enroll in a party, and that is at the other table. Okay?
I saw that.
All right, everyone. Earlier today, I did pull some news stories related to Super Tuesday. I'm going to play them for you right now. I think there's one, maybe two. Making sure the audio is going to be A-OK, just so everybody is up to speed on exactly what it is that's going on, what we're covering, Super Tuesday, election. All right, so this is Lauren Blanchard from earlier today.
More than 1/3 of delegates are up for grabs this Super Tuesday, and there's one candidate hoping to benefit from some last-minute endorsements.
We all share the understanding that together we are going to beat Donald Trump.
Millions of voters head to the polls at a key moment for Democrats. Bernie Sanders hopes to cement his place as the favorite for the nomination after wins in New Hampshire and Nevada. He's the favorite to win one of today's most coveted prizes, California. But while Sanders has been raking in delegates, former Vice President Joe Biden has gained momentum after a win in South Carolina.
Winning means uniting America.
Biden's picked up endorsements from former candidates, including Senator Amy Klobuchar, Pete Buttigieg, and Beto O'Rourke. He's hoping to establish himself as the choice for moderate voters.
This happens in traditional races. We know that consensus candidates emerge.
I think, right now they're trying to, stop Bernie from trying to change the party into something that's never been before.
Also hoping to steal some moderates, Mike Bloomberg. The former New York City mayor has spent more than $500 million on advertising.
I don't think the country wants revolutionary change. I think the country wants evolutionary change.
Meanwhile, Senator Elizabeth Warren looking to break out.
I'm the woman who's going to beat Donald Trump in November.
People in several states voted early, and some ballots still have former candidate names on them, meaning even though they're not in the race anymore, they could still get votes today. In Fairfax County, Virginia, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Hey, Lauren, you just brought up what I was going to talk about. But before we get to that next top story, everybody, I do want to show you right here Bloomberg's headquarters for Super Tuesday. Going to be keeping an eye on that as well. So what happens if you did vote for someone who's dropped out of the race? That's the next top story I've got for you. Perfect segue, right?
I did vote early. I just want to try it out.
Last week, Massachusetts voters had the chance to cast their votes early in the presidential primaries. Since then, Tom Steyer, Amy Klobuchar, and Pete Buttigieg have dropped out of the race. Unfortunately, if you voted early for any of them, there's no taking it back.
We were very clear about this because the legislature made it very clear when they passed it. It's one and done.
Yeah, it's kind of sad if you voted for a candidate and they dropped out. But it's still the primaries, the main election's still coming up, so people's votes are still going to count.
But if you sent in an absentee ballot, there's still a chance to change your mind.
Absentees, if they have not been processed, and that is to say they have not been actually counted at the polling place, can be retrieved. So if somebody has mailed it in to the local clerk's office and is here in Massachusetts and can get to the polls tomorrow, they can go to the polls, but they should go very early before the absentees are processed.
All 15 of the Democrats who are in the race in January will be on the ballot, even though only 5 are still in the race. 4 Republicans are on the ballot as well. You can still choose any candidate. And one thing to note, if you're concerned about sharing a pen, you can also bring your own.
Just don't bring a red one because the equipment won't read that. It would have to be hand read. But if you want to bring your own pen, bring your own pen.
All right, so that was just a couple news stories there relating to Super Tuesday. We are keeping an eye on polling places. We're keeping an eye on campaign headquarters. It's all live for you on this special Super Tuesday live stream of Fox News Now. Again, everyone, thank you so much for being here. We really, really appreciate it. I'm not sure if Elizabeth Warren's event for the night just came up. I'm trying to take a look here. Remember, these live pictures from time to time, they can all change so quickly. When I figure out exactly what that is, I will let you know. Meanwhile, though, I am going to bring up the audio at the polling place in Portland, Maine. I have never been to Maine or New England, the Northeast. The closest I've been is New York City. I do hope to get up there someday, though. I've heard fall time out there is absolutely stunning. Just got word this is going to be the Biden event in California later tonight. So again, Joe Biden's event in California. You can see the state flag back there with the bear in the background. So I just want to let you know I found out exactly what it is.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Bye. What's your last name? Talk to Susan right after again, and we'll make sure you're right back.
don't want the other way. It's not hard.
We don't. We don't. Just name and address. What is the 1, 2, 3? Yeah, yeah.
There you go. Thank you. Hi. Just relocating your set. California, yes. Oh, I'm sure. Yes. Player that got I was so appreciative that
Lots of cheers at the Bernie Sanders headquarters in Vermont, but they're still playing music, so I'm gonna have the audio down.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was undeclared or not, so I'm going to put it as down for now.
you have to get in line and
Oh,
get to the registration.
okay.
Yeah. Just make sure.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, not to you.
Oh, it's okay. This is what to think about.
Oh, awesome. It is, yes.
All right, everyone, we are getting some latest information from Fox News. It's being reported that Biden is projected to win Virginia while Sanders is leading in Vermont. So again, Fox is projecting that Biden will win Virginia. Sanders is leading in Vermont.
Sounded like. There you go.
So I picked my husband. Come on.
I'm sorry.
Can I just take it?
No, I was
I
like,
was
deep.
up. Yeah.
I will give you a name. These, okay?
Go too far though.
All right, everyone. Fox has a live blog team providing us with updates here on Super Tuesday. Just 8 minutes ago, they posted breaking at 7 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls have now closed in 2 of the 14 Super Tuesday states that are voting in today's Democratic presidential primaries, Virginia and Vermont. The Fox News decision desk can now project that former Vice President Joe Biden will win the Commonwealth of Virginia, beating Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders in a key delegate-rich state. But Sanders is heavily favored to win his home state of Vermont, although they do not yet have enough data to project him as the winner. Again, we are still live in Portland, Maine on the left-hand side of your screen and in Vermont on the right-hand side of your screen. This is Fox News Now. Thank you so much for watching us this Super Tuesday special live stream coverage.
You're back. All right. I was like, I tried. You know. Yes.
I'm not trying to ignore it.
No worries. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Carol? Is it that way? Oh, God.
You don't vote for presidential.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks so much. Have a great night.
Bloomberg's headquarters, everyone, in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Yeah, I really believe that. The last time I voted, I was
All right, everyone, going to read you the latest now that we are getting from Fox News. Again, former Vice President Joe Biden will win the Virginia Democratic presidential primary. Only Virginia and Vermont have completed voting so far. Senator Bernie Sanders, the independent from Vermont, is heavily favored to win his home state of Vermont, although Fox News does not yet have enough data to project him the winner. In Virginia, 99 delegates are at stake, while Vermont is worth just 16. Results from the 12 other states voting today, Super Tuesday, as we like to call it, are expected in a matter of hours as a divided Democratic electorate seeks a front runner among an ever-winnowing field of candidates. Among the night's biggest and most closely contested races are still underway in California and Texas, where 415 and 228 delegates will be awarded, respectively. Sanders has pulled strongly in California, where he seeks to deny Biden any share of the state's large delegate prize. Candidates who fail to receive 15% of the vote, either statewide or in a congressional district, leave empty-handed. Now, Biden has aggressively courted Texans, even hosting a rally in Dallas last night, featuring a surprise appearance by former Texas Rep. Beto O'Rourke. Along with ex-presidential candidates Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg, O'Rourke has recently endorsed Biden following his blowout win in Saturday's South Carolina primary. Meanwhile, Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren is fighting for 91 delegates in her home state, while Minnesota's 75 delegates are up for grabs. Klobuchar had been forecast to win the state, and her exit could actually help Sanders score additional delegates. To win the nomination, candidates must receive 1,991 of the total 3,979 pledged delegates at the Democratic National Convention, better known as DNC, this summer in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. If no candidate receives a majority on the first ballot, hundreds of so-called super delegates or party insiders are allowed to cast their ballots. Roughly one-third of the 3,979 total delegates were at stake today. The evening marks former New York City Mayor Mike Bloomberg's first time on the primary ballot and serves as a major test for his high-spending campaign. But at a Fox News town hall yesterday, Bloomberg suggested he might take his bid to the Democratic National Convention, where horse trading could decide the nominee. And Bloomberg, who has poured $500 million with a B dollars of his own money into the race, assured supporters at a rally, quote, "I'm in it to win it, and we are going to go out and we're going to get him," end quote. Warren has similarly vowed to take her campaign all the way to the convention in a, quote, final play, and is seeking to at least hold her home state. Again, North Carolina polls closing at 7:30 Eastern, followed by Maine, Alabama, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and most counties in Texas by 8 Eastern. Arkansas voting stops at 8:30 Eastern, and Minnesota and Colorado polls close at 9 Eastern, followed by Utah polls at 10 Eastern. California, the nation's biggest prize by delegate count, will close their voting at 11 Eastern. Just wanted to give you all a heads up. As for what we're showing right now, that's Bernie Sanders' campaign headquarters in Vermont on the right-hand side of your screen. And on the left-hand side of your screen, that is a polling place in Portland, Maine. Again, this is Fox News Now. Thank you for being here with us on this special Super Tuesday live stream. There's currently 6,891 of you watching. Just a refresher, everybody. 5 candidates still in the race. You've got Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden, Elizabeth Warren, Michael Bloomberg, and Tulsi Gabbard. So far, keeping a close eye on the live results coming in on the Fox News website. Says Bernie Sanders has 60, Joe Biden has 54, Elizabeth Warren 8, Bloomberg and Gabbard each checking in at 0 so far. It's going to be a busy night here on Fox News Now. We are keeping a close eye on all of it for you while showing you the live pictures that we can. For those of you wondering why the audio is not up at the Bernie Sanders headquarters, it is because they are playing some music just like at most campaign rallies, and there's copyright laws, right? We have a Biden campaign stop coming up for you. A little bit shaky movement here with the photographer, but we still appreciate it, so let's watch.
Was a strategy built around crowd events that weren't necessarily the most highly attended crowd events in the Iowa and New Hampshire phase of this campaign. I think they recognize that the Biden that Democratic voters have come to love over the years is the one that we're about to see here, the one who's in their face, who's come shaking hands, glad-handing, and so we've seen less over the last few weeks of the kind of traditional rallies that Bernie Sanders does that have given what we saw yesterday with this unbelievable and well-executed rollout of the former candidate endorsements in Texas yesterday, people saw Oakland on the schedule. I can assure you it was something that had been, in fact, on the schedule for some time. We know that Senator Harris had been in Washington voting, and so when we saw an initial report that an endorsement might be happening there, we were suspicious. I can say this, when I interviewed the Vice President yesterday, and I asked him about whether he's speaking to some of these other former candidates trying to court their endorsements, he said things are moving very fast. And one thing we know from other reporting about Senator Harris specifically is that she was interested in endorsing. She and Biden do have a relationship that goes back, especially her friendship with Bo, the former Vice President's late son, and they both served as attorneys general together. I know that that's an endorsement he certainly would love to have, and I know in my time on the campaign trail that that's a potential ticket that a lot of voters would love to see. But timing is everything, and perhaps Senator Harris is interested.
All right, everyone, we are getting a little bit of activity at the Elizabeth Warren campaign event for tonight. We just had a lady. Oh, Elizabeth Warren's coming up. Let's watch.
Pour myself a cup of ambition and yawn and stretch and try to come to life. Out on the streets of traffic. Working 9 to 5. And no giving, they just enough to try. For service and devotion, you would think that I would deserve a better promotion. Want to move ahead, but the
Hello, Detroit! Wasn't Senator Stephanie Chang just fabulous? My name is Elizabeth Warren, and I'm the woman who's going to beat Donald Trump. I am also going to help take back the Senate and put Mitch McConnell out of a job. So, here we are, Michigan. You've got exactly 1 week until you start voting. As you know, right now, voting is going on in California and Massachusetts, pretty much still all over this country. I know results will still keep coming in through the night. But what I see happening is a lot of folks trying to turn voting into some complicated strategy. You know, pundits, friends, neighbors are all saying you have to second guess yourself on this. They're playing games about prediction and strategy. You know, guess what your neighbors are up to here. But prediction has been a terrible business, and the pundits have gotten it wrong over and over. So here's my advice. I've got some advice that I want to start with tonight. So here's my advice. Cast a vote that will make you proud. Cast a vote from your heart. And vote for the person you think will make the best president of the United States of America. Because I want you to think for a minute about this democracy. You are the ones who get to pick the person who will be the next president, and it is an awesome thing. You are going to do it right here in Michigan next week. People are doing it in California right now, and that's what it means to have a democracy. I'm in this race because I believe I will make the best president of the United States. not born a politician, but I was born a fighter. And I want you to know this. Is this on? Good. I want you to know this. I gotta have a loud voice here. I come by this honest. I think that maybe the reason I fought all my life is because I learned this from my mother. I want to tell you a story about me. I grew up in Oklahoma. Okay, we got a few Okies here. I grew up in Oklahoma. I am the baby. I have 3 much older brothers. They all went off and joined the military. I am what used to be called a late in life baby. My mother always just called me the surprise. Yep, my 3 brothers are all retired. They're back in Oklahoma now. To this day, they are referred to as the boys. That's to distinguish them from the surprise. Now, when I was in middle school, all 3 of the boys were gone by then, and it was just my mom and my daddy and me. And my daddy had a heart attack. He pulled through, but he couldn't work for a long, long time. And I still remember the day when we lost the family station wagon. I remember how my mother used to tuck me in at night, and she would always kiss me and give me this big smile, and I knew what was coming next. She'd leave my room, close the door, and then I'd hear her start to cry. She never wanted to cry in front of me, and I knew that. This is when I learned words like mortgage and foreclosure. And one day, I walked into my folks' bedroom, and laid out on the bed was the dress. Now, some of you in this room will know the dress. It's the one that only comes out for weddings, funerals, and graduations. And there, down by the foot of the bed, was my mother. And she had on her slip, and she was in her stocking feet, and she was pacing back and forth, and she was saying, "We will not lose this house. We will not lose this house. We will not lose this house." She was 50 years old. She had never worked outside the home, and she was terrified. So she looks up and she sees me standing in the doorway. I'm just a kid. And she looks at me, and she looks at that dress, and she looks back at me, and she walks over and she pulls that dress on, she puts on her high heels, and she walks to the Sears, where she gets a full-time minimum wage job answering phones. And that minimum wage job saved our house, and it also saved our family. And that is the first lesson my mother taught me. And that is, no matter how scared you are, no matter how hard it looks, you get out there and you fight for the people you love. Yep. You bet. It's what I believe. It's what I believe. And here's the thing about that story. I've always carried that in my heart. You want to know who I am? There it is. But I'll tell you another thing about that story. That story is a story about my mother. It's a story about millions of people all across this country who do this every single day. But it is also a story about government. Because understand this, when I was a kid, a full-time minimum wage job in America would support a family of 3. It would cover a mortgage, it would pay the utilities, and it would put food on the table. Today, a full-time minimum wage job in America will not keep a mama and a baby out of poverty. That is wrong, and that is why I am in this fight. And I'll tell you something else about that. That change did not happen by accident. That change was not the result of gravity. That change happened because of who government works for. When I was a kid, the question asked in Washington for setting the minimum wage is, what does it take a family of 3 to make it in America's middle class? What does it take a family to have something solid they can build on? What does it take a family to be able to just get a toehold in this economy and build something going forward? Today, the question asked in Washington for setting the minimum wage is what will maximize the profits of giant multinational corporations. Well, I don't want a government that works for giant multinational corporations. I want one that works for our families. And I got a plan for that. In fact, I got a lot of plans for that. So I want to tell you just a little story. I'm going to skip over a bunch of stuff. I just want to tell you a little story about what it means to get in a fight. So in the late 1990s and the early 2000s, I was watching what was happening. I was studying families that go broke. And what I was starting to see over and over were people who were getting cheated on mortgages, that they had their own homes already. And someone would come and sell them a mortgage to refinance their home, and by golly, refinance them right out of it. And the banks were making more and more money, and more families were getting hurt. They started out by targeting communities of color, African American homeowners, Latinx homeowners. They went after seniors. And I started ringing alarm bells everywhere I could. We got a real problem over here. And here's what I discovered. Nobody wanted to hear it. When your ears are stuffed with money, it's hard to hear. So the banks kept on selling those mortgages, and the regulators just looked the other way. The regulators were so deep in the pocket of the banks, they couldn't even hear what was going on. And sure enough, economy crashed in 2008. We just loaded up on that much debt, brought it down. But I hope you all feel better. The banks got bailed out. Millions of families got left behind. Families right here in Detroit got left behind. Millions of people lost their jobs. Millions of people saw their pension funds shrink. Over and over, this pain was felt by families all across this country. So I decided at this point, wait a minute, we're going to make it through this crisis. There's going to be financial reform. By golly, this financial reform is going to have some protection to make sure that we never wreck this economy again with a bunch of banks cheating people. So I had this idea for an agency, right? Man, that sounds sexy. So I had this idea for this agency, and the basic idea is the same as the idea behind the safety. We have Consumer Product Safety Commission. You can't sell a toaster in America that has a 1 in 5 chance of burning down your house. You shouldn't be able to sell a mortgage that has a 1 in 5 chance, which these did, of costing a family their home. So that's the basic idea. And I wanted an agency. I don't want a single law. I wanted an agency because I knew the banks will rework these things. They'll give it another name. They'll figure out how to rewire it. So I wanted an agency that would have one job, just to be on the side of families, to make sure they don't get cheated on, let's make it all of it, mortgages, credit cards, payday loans, student loans. You don't get cheated on financial products. So that's the basic idea. So I go to Washington. Now, remember, I'm not in elected office. That's not my job. I'm a full-time teacher and researcher. Let's hear it for the nerds. Yes. So I go to Washington, and basically, I knock on doors. Anybody who'll talk to me. Democrat, Republican, I don't care. I'm just trying to pitch the idea for this agency. We're in a crisis. We're going to rewrite the laws. Let's get this agency in it. And here's what happened. Basically, I started getting the same 2 answers from everybody. This just really knocked me over. And the first answer was, huh. That's actually a pretty good idea. You could make a real difference. That's structural change. That would actually make a difference in the market. And the second half to the answer was, don't even try. You'll be up against the banks. You'll be up against Wall Street. You'll be up against all of the Republicans, and shoot, you'll be up against half the Democrats on this. You will never get it done. Now, I get it. So I heard this and I thought, I get it. Big structural change is hard, but it is the right thing to do. So we got in this fight and took on the big banks. They were spending more than $1 million a day for nearly a year, just trying to fight back against this and the other financial reforms. But boy, this was the heart of it. They were out there. We fought the Republicans. We fought them all. But we built the coalitions. And in 2010, Barack Obama signed that agency into law. Dang. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. That little agency has now forced the banks to return more than $12 billion directly to people they cheated. So I take away 2 lessons from that. The first is you don't get what you don't fight for. I am in this fight. And the second, and this is really important, after 40 years of Ronald Reagan's trickle-down economics, the second, I see you've heard of Ronald Reagan's trickle-down economics. Can we just all stop and say it has been a monumental failure for American families? But the second lesson I learned about this agency, as we built this agency, is we can make government work for the people. And that's what this agency has done. And that's why being here with you tonight is about 2 things for me. It's about the fight, but it's also about the hope. It's about what we will be able to do together. So that's why I'm here. Let's take some questions and do this. Who have we got? Let's do this. Okay. Let's do some questions. Let's do some questions. Who's got questions tonight? Where are our questions? Over here? No, where are our questions? We drew these early. Oh, everybody's pointing. Good. Okay. Oh, here we go. Hi.
Okay, perfect. Hi. My name's Andrew Priest. I'm a middle school teacher.
Hey, Andrew.
Thank you. At a lovely public school in the city of Detroit. I have a million questions to ask, but I'll stick to one.
Okay.
Many people know that schools are underfunded, but I don't often hear people talk about more equitable funding.
Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready. Let me do this, Andrew.
Could you talk to us about how you will make school funding more equitable for students, no matter where they live?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Andrew. Okay. So look, here's the deal. I tried to skip over too much, but I got to tell you all, I have known what I wanted to be since 2nd grade. Yeah, I know some of you in the back didn't decide until what, like 4th grade? 5th grade, way in the back. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Since 2nd grade, I have wanted to be a public school teacher. Can we hear it for our public school teachers? That's it. And I just want you all to know, I started early. I used to line my dollies up and teach school. I had a reputation for being tough but fair. It's all I ever wanted. I had a very bumpy path to get there, but I made it. I was a special education teacher. Now, I love that work. We have public school teachers in here. I'm gonna need you to back me up on this, okay? But here's the thing. It's not a job, it is a calling. I had 4 to 6-year-olds in special education. I love this work. I would probably still be doing this work today, but at the end of my very first year in teaching, I was visibly pregnant, and the principal did what principals did in those days, wished me luck and hired someone else for the job. And that's how I ended up going to law school and then right back into teaching. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I truly believe that if we're going to build a future in America, look, roads and bridges are powerfully important. I get it. I get all the things we need to do to produce an infrastructure so that we've got opportunity. But boy, we've got to invest in the education of all of our children. So here's my plan for that. It's time for a wealth tax in America. Yes. Oh, you already know. So I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page here. This is a 2-cent tax on fortunes above $50 million. Your first $50 million, free and clear. I see a guy in the back. This woman is not unreasonable. But on your 50 millionth and first dollar, you got to pitch in 2 cents. 2 cents on every dollar. After that, you hit $1 billion, you got to pitch in a couple of pennies more. That's the basic idea. And just so everybody's tracking on this, anybody in here own a home or grew up in a family that owned a home? Yeah, well, you guys have been paying a wealth tax. It's just called a property tax. And all I'm saying is for the bazillionaires, how about if we include not just the real estate, but also the stock portfolio, the diamonds, the Rembrandt, the yacht? That's the basic idea. Now, you may have heard there are some billionaires who don't like this. One went on TV and cried. It was so sad. Another ran for president. Guess he thought it would be cheaper than a wealth tax. But their argument is, look, I worked hard, I stayed up late, I did this all the time, I had a great idea. You shouldn't punish me. And I said, oh, wait, you made a big fortune here in America? Good for you. Good for you. I think that's great, but here's the deal. I guarantee that if you built a fortune here in America, you built it at least in part using workers all of us help pay to educate. Yep. Yeah. You built it at least in part getting your goods to market on roads and bridges all of us help pay to build. You built it at least in part protected by police and firefighters all of us help pay the salaries for. We're Americans. We love doing this. We want to make these investments in opportunity. All we're saying is when you make it big, I mean really big, I mean top 0.1% big, pitch in 2 cents so everybody else gets a chance to make it. Because now we get to your question. What can we do with 2 cents? And here's where I want to start. I want to expand how we think of public education. With 2 cents, we can provide universal child care and universal early childhood education for every child in this country, 0 to 5. Universal pre-K for every 3-year-old and 4-year-old in America. We can stop exploiting the people largely African American women and Latinas who do this work, we can raise the wages of every child care worker and preschool teacher in America. And that starts the answer, because that's equal funding for every one of our children. Goes straight to our communities, comes straight here to Detroit. But there's more. We can make an historic investment in public education. That 2 cents will do all that for our babies, plus an $800 billion federal investment in all of our public schools. Let's lift it up. And when you ask me about equalizing, that plan quadruples the funding for Title I schools. That's how we level this out. And one more, you'll hear this from the heart of a special education teacher. For the first time in history, we will fully fund IDEA, so every child with a disability will get the education that child deserves. It is time in America to say that investing in our children is not just a local obligation, not just a state obligation. It is the obligation of a nation that wants to build a future. So there's some more parts to this plan, because it turns out 2 cents on that top 1/10 of 1% produces a lot of money. I'll just mention, we can also do post-high school education, technical school, 2-year college, 4-year college, tuition free. We can put $50 billion into our historically black colleges and universities. Same 2 cents. And just one more thing. We can cancel student loan debt for $43 million. Okay, good. I love that question. Okay, who's next? Who's next? Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Tell me your name.
Hi, I'm Yvonne Seifert.
Hi, Yvonne.
Hi, it's a pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you, too.
I want to thank you for your campaign, which has been amazing as a woman to see your spirit. And the way you handle all the misogyny thrown at you, it's pretty badass. My question is, with Trump, our prestige, our reputation, our relationships around the world have really suffered. Yep. And I'm wondering, what will you do to go about repairing those relationships and restoring our reputation?
Good. So thank you for the question, and I like the way you frame it. And, the way I see it, it is the job of the President of the United States to keep America safe. And part of that is that we need a strong military. As I said, all 3 of my brothers served. It's important to support our military. We have the finest military in the world. And they have committed to make any sacrifice for us. Their families sacrifice for us. But that means that we have a sacred obligation to them not to send our military to try to solve problems that can't be solved militarily. That's step 1. So that means we need to look at all the tools in the toolbox when we think internationally. Donald Trump has stripped down the State Department, and this is just dumb. I'm sorry, there's just no other way to describe it. Our State Department, these are the people who are our eyes and ears around the world. They represent America. They know the local culture. They know the local history. They know the local politics. They tell us in advance where there's trouble and what we need to focus on. And we have just decimated what's going on at the State Department. So one of the first things I will do as president is I will bring the State Department back up to full staff. We just got to support our State Department. Third part I'll just mention briefly our economic tools. We need a strong economy here at home that doesn't just work for a thin slice at the top, doesn't just work for 5 giant banks. We have an economy that we build from the grassroots up that puts us in a much stronger position to work around the world with the rest of the nations. Fourth part I want to mention, the importance of allies. You know, I know this is going to seem really tough, but I think we ought to know the difference between our friends and the people who would do us harm, and we ought to treat our friends better than the people who would do us harm. I don't think we ought to cozy up to dictators. And I don't think we ought to cut and run on our allies and abandon them. So much of that, working with our allies, is going to go a long way, but I got to mention one more. When you think about what we try to accomplish internationally and the importance of working with our allies, we also have to remember that leadership happens by example. And what Donald Trump has been doing down at our border has not only been shameful to us as a people, it has put us in a terrible position around the world. The world looks at what happens at our border, and they say the United States has lost moral authority, has lost leadership. So understand this: I will not take away children from their families. Children in cages. I will close for-profit detention centers. And I will work every single day to make sure that this country is living its values. I will do my best as president to make you proud of the United States of America in all of our dealings. Good. Gotta do this. Good. Thank you. I like that. Gonna do this. You guys are Thank you. Oh. Okay, we got one more question over here. Oh my gosh.
That was so weird. I'm so sorry.
No.
So I think we have time for 2 more questions.
2 more questions.
So I'm going to pull them, and we're going to do the same thing. This is Willa. So we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to read the number. You're going to yell persist, and you're going to make it over here, right? Okay.
Okay. Right over here. Okay.
99927
Whoa! Fabulous. Okay, come on over.
Did we find it? Okay.
Yeah, somebody yelled bingo. Do not remove the beans from your card yet. We will verify that number.
All right, 9927243.
Was there one? Oh, okay. That's no. 243.
Here, we
got it?
Yep.
We got it? All right. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Willa. All right. Good. Okay. So we're going to do some more questions. Okay. Hi. Hi.
Hello, my name is Dion Freeman. I'm from Flint, Michigan. Good to have you here.
Woohoo.
I have a question for the city of Flint and for the state of Michigan.
Yep.
We are surrounded by water, and we are a natural water resource for America. Mm-hmm. Nestle Company is chipping us out of our natural resources. And before we became an industrialized state, we were all about agriculture.
Yeah.
What are you going to do to help preserve our natural resources and get back water, clean water, back as a natural human right? Because we're still paying for water that we cannot use in Flint, Michigan.
Water is life. And so we need to protect our water. But here's the thing to understand, because here's how I hear that question. What I really hear that question as is, look what happens when government works for giant corporations instead of working for the rest of us. Because this isn't about a problem with the water that's occurred naturally, right? This is about a giant corporation that's come in and said, I can boost profits by sucking it all up for myself and then discharging my filth, right? And that's making poor decisions for the people. So here's the question. Why does the government let them do that? Money talks, right? Money talks. No, it's not just greed. It is greed. Oh, yeah. But it's, think about it, it's corruption. It's the greed may not change. The question is, our government is the part that's supposed to be on our side. Let me just think about how this works over and over and over. We have a government that works great for giant drug companies, just not for people trying to get a prescription filled. It works great for people who want to make money by investing in private prisons and private detention centers, just not for the human beings whose lives are torn apart by those places. We have a government that works great for giant oil companies that want to drill everywhere, just not for the rest of us who see climate change bearing down upon us. Whether it's on water resources or on pollution, whether it's on permitting these factories to be located over and over and over in communities of color, where they destroy the water, they destroy the air, whatever it is, understand this. When a government works great for those with money, and it's not working so well for anyone else, that is corruption, pure and simple. Whatever issue brought you here tonight, whether it's the water, whether it's gun violence, whether it's health care, whether it's student loans, whether it's immigration, if there is a decision to be made in Washington, I guarantee it has been influenced by money. It has been shaped by money. It has had exceptions carved out by money. Most of it never even makes a headline, just a little change year by year by year, until this whole country, this whole economy, this whole democracy works for a handful at the top and leaves everyone else behind. So for me, we have to make a first priority of not just backing up on the money issue and say, oh, we can't do anything, or nibbling around the edges. It is time for an anti-corruption bill in Washington. We got to get on our front foot and fight back. So here's the good news. I have the biggest anti-corruption plan since Watergate. Here's the bad news. We need the biggest anti-corruption plan since Watergate. So the importance of this is to get our government on our side, so they're regulating on our side in your specific case. But let me just give you a sample of what's in this anti-corruption plan. How about we start with end lobbying as we know it? Block the revolving door between Wall Street and Washington. Block the revolving door between the big polluters and the EPA. We gotta do this. Block the revolving door between the big drug companies and the FDA. I could do these all night long. I'm going to mention just one more. You really want to hose out some corruption in Washington? Make everyone who runs for public office put their tax returns online. This is it. This is a democracy. We got this chance in 2020 to beat back the corruption, and that means put our government on our side. That's how we're going to fix this problem. Thank you. Good. Oh, I love you guys. We're going to do this. Yes, we're going to do this. Okay.
All right, Senator.
Another question. We have another one?
We have time for one last question.
One last question. Yep. Okay, hi. Who we got?
Hi. My name is Brianna.
Hi, Brianna.
Hi. So I don't know if you noticed on your drive here, but we have some pretty bad roads here in Michigan. So do you have a plan to invest in our infrastructure or our roads?
And you're not going to be surprised by this. The answer is, of course I have a plan for this. Instead of doing a lot of detail on this, you can look, and I hope anybody does. Go to ElizabethWarren.com. You can kind of see all the pieces here. But you've got what the music is now, right? The heart of this is two parts. We got to ask those at the top to pay a little more. I use the 2-cent wealth tax, but it's more than this. Giant corporations like Amazon and Eli Lilly and Halliburton reported billions of dollars in profits last year and paid zero in taxes. That is not right. We have to ask those at the top to pay a little more. That's how we have enough money for infrastructure. And the second part is what we were just talking about. We have got to be willing to pick up our regulatory tools and use them on behalf of the people. Trickle-down economics, we were talking about it a minute ago. Trickle-down economics, just think about it this way. From 1980 basically forward, what has been the principle? How does it work? It's helped the rich and powerful get richer and more powerful. And how do you do that? You cut taxes for those at the top. That's how they get richer. And you cut regulations. That's how they get more powerful. It is time for us in America to say trickle-down economics has been a failure. We're going to build this economy from the grassroots up, and we're going to save our democracy. For me, that's what this is about. So thank you. Lots of money for this. Let me wrap this up by saying a serious note here, because this is serious. We've now had 3 years of Donald Trump. I know, but it's more than booing. You know, there are a lot of people across this country who are afraid. They are afraid for their families. They are afraid for their neighbors. They are afraid for the children locked up in cages at our border. They are afraid for children on lockdown in our public schools. They are afraid. They are afraid for women. They are afraid for people of color. They are afraid for LGBTQ people. They are afraid for immigrants, all of whose rights are going to be up for grabs in this United States Supreme Court. They are afraid for our nation, and they are afraid for our survival of our planet. And here's the thing. The danger is real. Our democracy, our very future, hangs in the balance. And so this is a decision each and every one of you is going to have to make. When there is this much danger, do you decide to kind of get a little timid, back up, crouch down a little, or do you decide to fight back? Me, I'm in this because I'm fighting back. I'm fighting back. I'm fighting back. I'm fighting back. You bet I am. Fighting back is an act of patriotism. Think of it this way. We fought back against a king to form this country. We fought back against the scourge of slavery to save this union. We fought back against a Great Depression to rebuild our economy. And we fought back against the rise of fascism to protect our democracy. Americans are at our best. When we see big problems, we call them out and we fight back. That's why out by now that I am not running a campaign that has been shaped by a bunch of consultants. I also don't have a bunch of proposals that have been carefully designed not to offend big donors. I passed that stop sign a long, long time ago. I am fighting this campaign based on a lifetime of fighting for working families. I am fighting this campaign from the heart because I believe in you. And I believe in the America that we can build together. An America where every single person has value. An America where every single child is worth investing in. An America where in our democracy, it's people, not money, that is the most important part. I believe in that America, and I can see that America. And if you think that America is possible, and you think that America is worth fighting for, then I'm asking you, get in this fight. Get in this fight. Vote for me. But more. Go to ElizabethWarren.com. Volunteer an hour to spend on the phones. Do some door knocking. Talk to your neighbors. Talk to people in front of you in line at the grocery store. But get in this fight, because understand this. This is the moment in history that we have been called to. And this moment will not come our way again. This is our moment to choose hope over fear. This is our moment to choose courage over cynicism. This is our moment to dream big, fight hard, and win.
All right, everybody, again, that was Elizabeth Warren there. I do want to let you know we are hearing that Biden is building momentum with wins in Virginia, North Carolina, and Alabama. Again, Sanders so far has taken Vermont. This is a very special live stream for you right here on Fox News Now. Tulsi Gabbard is speaking live, but I have been recording since the beginning. So again, I'm going to show you Tulsi Gabbard right now on Fox News Now.
Leaders in this country and for us as a nation to not just show our gratitude on Veterans Day by saying thank you for your service, but by making sure that that gratitude is turned into action, not just one day a year, but every day of the year. And you might question how. If you're not a member of Congress and you're not able to introduce legislation, you're not able to directly impact the VA. These are issues that we've been working on throughout my time in Congress. There are choices and actions that we can make, maybe in our everyday lives. There is unfortunately still a stigma around veterans who come home that they're broken somehow. That we want to thank you for your service, but maybe do it from a little bit far away because you've been through a bunch of stuff that we don't understand and we don't know how it's affected you. When really veterans who are coming home have rare experience in how to lead, how to make decisions under pressure, how to work as a member of a team. And I think the most important quality is having made that decision already to commit your life to service. And I know you are doing that still, Rocky, even with the challenges that you have. You are finding every way possible to make a positive impact for others, stepping outside of your comfort zone, stepping outside of your safe space in your home with your family to be able to make that positive impact on others. By expressing this appreciation in our country, we can start to shift the culture around making sure that those who come home are truly supported and making sure that our leaders are turning that into action. This is bigger than just throwing more money at the VA. It's about getting through and breaking through the bureaucracy and the red tape to make sure that every veteran and their families, when you go in to the VA, that you are treated with the 5-star service that you deserve, and that no veteran is left behind. No veteran is left behind. And I'll close on your question on this point. There are too few veterans who feel comfortable going and asking for help. There are too few veterans who even go into the doors of any VA because they either feel like it's too difficult, or they don't want to show weakness, or they feel alone and like there's not anyone there for them. There is far more that I will do as president than we are seeing done today to expand our outreach, to go out and find veterans where they are, especially those who are living on our streets, going out and offering services, having our VA be an outreach VA, and not just relying on the cookie cutter services that we so often see, but recognizing every one of us is different and unique and may need a different approach to being able to find that healing, to be able to find that peace once again. There are amazing programs in this country that are offering outlets for veterans to be able to work through those demons of war that you come home with, but are lacking the support that will help them to expand these programs at scale. It's taking an innovative and creative approach and actually understanding what it means to serve, to walk in those boots, to be able to solve the problem. My Secretary of the VA will have worn those boots and will be a veteran that every other veteran can trust. Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, Tulsi.
Hi.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Just a question on media coverage on you, which has been appalling, frankly. I think it was just last night we were... Just last night I was watching the mainstream media and they talked about the 4 candidates. And you're number 5. Obviously, they didn't even want to mention your name. It was ridiculous, right? So I'm wondering.
I saw the same thing when I got in here today. My husband and I, we were walking through the airport and we saw a little clip, CNN, same thing. I'm walking there and it's like there are 4 candidates remaining in the race. Like,
yeah, hello.
Hi. We're still here, guys. We're still here.
So I guess the question is, what's driving this, right? Because something's behind this process where they're really blocking you out. They don't want to talk to you. They don't want to hear your positions. They don't want to invite you on. They don't want to talk to you about it at all. And I don't think it can't be an individual news anchor's decision, right? This has to come from the top of the media corporations. So who are these media CEOs that are behind these decisions, strategic decisions, to make sure that they don't talk about you or your positions? Who are these people, and what can we do about that?
This is a really important question. You can look up the names of the people who run these cable news networks and national news networks. But you're right. It's not just one rogue anchor that's doing their own thing. I have had the opportunity to have one nationally televised town hall throughout this entire campaign. Just about every other candidate that's been running for longer than 100 days has seen double digits in town halls on all 3 cable networks. And it has not been for lack of seeking those opportunities, trust me. We've experienced from day one, the day I announced my candidacy, I think it was February 2nd in Hawaii, just as I'm about to go and take the stage and share with people why I'm running for president, there was a hit piece that came out immediately trying to smear my character, my motivations for running for president right away. And this is what we've seen consistently throughout this campaign. So while factually I don't have any evidence to say, well, these are the individuals who are behind, I can guess kind of what's driving it. I dare to speak the truth. I dare to speak the truth. I've been told before by some of these anchors on different news channels over the last several years, they're like, Tulsi, whenever we have you on our show, we know you're never going to follow the talking points. We never know what you're going to say. Always bringing a different perspective or a different angle on whatever the issue that's being discussed. A lot of people are afraid of the truth, afraid of shining the light on different issues that don't follow the narrative, that threaten the coziness of the relationships between the powerful elite in the parties, between the powerful elite in the media, between the powerful elite in the warmongering foreign policy establishment. And once you start shining a light, then you're holding even those media entities then accountable, saying, oh, well, so you go and hang out with the ambassador from this and that country and have dinner once a week. Interesting. Or the ties and the relationships, the kind of you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours between those in the media and those in the intelligence community. To be able to share only the information that they want you to see, but not the information that gives you the whole picture or the truth. Daring to speak the truth is my crime, and I have no regrets for it. So this has, when people say, Tulsi, you're not polling high like the other candidates, well, we've been dealing with basic total blackout throughout this entire campaign, or the coverage that we do get is negative and it's an attempt to smear what we're doing and why I'm running for president, which pulls us back to the bigger issue that's bigger than me, that's bigger than my campaign, which is the incredible amount of influence and power that the corporate media have over what information you as voters are allowed to see and where that information then takes you, whether it's limiting which candidates you're allowed to hear from and silencing other voices, or with domestic or global issues only presenting one view or one perspective that really is not indicative of what are often the complexities of so many of these situations. Not telling you the truth about the influence that industries like big pharma and big insurance have on the lawmakers who are writing laws that benefit their bottom line and hurting and killing sick people in this country. These are the stories that they should be covering every single day. But instead, and I've seen it myself, you have this coziness of those who thrive off of their power in Washington that feeds off one another. And if there's too much truth and too much involvement by people in our country, once they see the truth, they're like, whoa, that ain't right. We got to fix that. You see them, all right, you gotta tighten down the hatches. So this is a much bigger issue now, where I think we're seeing more and more in this presidential campaign as well, that unless you're a billionaire and you can afford to dump unlimited amounts of money to get your message out there.
News Super Tuesday update. Polls are now closed in 7 states. The storyline at this hour, big East Coast states breaking for Joe Biden. Fox News can now project the former vice president will win North Carolina, tonight's 3rd biggest delegate prize. Our decision desk can project that he will also win Virginia. A lot of delegates there as well. And we can also project that Biden will win Alabama. But look at who's in second place, Michael Bloomberg, and he's above the 15% threshold, meaning he could pick up his first delegate there. Fox News can also project that Democratic Socialist Bernie Sanders will easily win his home state of Vermont, and polls are closed next door in Massachusetts, but surprise, surprise, too early to call. It's a 3-way race between home state Senator Elizabeth Warren, Joe Biden, and Bernie Sanders. Polls are still open in Minnesota. We are waiting to see what effect Senator Amy Klobuchar's decision to end her bid will have there. That could pave a path for Joe Biden to pick up up some very precious delegates. And polls are still open in Texas and California. Those are tonight's two biggest prizes. Combined, we are talking about 639 delegates in those two states. Joe Biden did well early. Will Sanders do well late? Updates on this station and on Fox News Channel throughout the night. In New York, I'm Trace Gallagher, Fox News.
All right, everybody, that was the latest from Fox News. We'll take it back out to Tulsi Gabbard.
I think we're seeing more and more in this presidential campaign as well that unless you're a billionaire and you can afford to dump unlimited amounts of money to get your message out there, or you are a part of the corporate media cozy family, it's very challenging. It's very challenging. So there are, I think, a lot of different things that we as a democracy, as a society, need to continue to point out and continue to try to address through whether it's campaign finance reform, passing, I've introduced legislation called the Reinstate the Fairness Doctrine Act, so we can retake our public airwaves and make sure you're getting fair information. And continuing to fight for fairness, for reinstating net neutrality, so that if you're not interested in watching television, that you know that you can go online and you can have access to new media, alternative media, those who really are presenting you with the information and the truth that can best help inform every one of your decisions as individuals. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Right here.
By the way, everybody, I did just notice we had a little lower third graphic error there. I finally got to fix it. Sanders is the one who has won Vermont, his home state of Vermont, not Biden. Sanders wins Vermont.
Especially in middle school, I teach 7th grade, and it's a huge epidemic right now. We're constantly working with kids to talk about social emotional learning. And the fact that we don't have enough teachers, we can't keep teachers, so you're having long-term subs that aren't certified, who don't know how to deal with kids, who don't know the kids. It's a huge problem. So how can we help our kids and our teachers?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
What is the biggest thing that you're seeing just in your school or your circles of teachers that is causing teachers to either stop teaching or preventing others from coming in?
Oh, where do you start? Huge class sizes. I see 153 students every single day.
Wow.
The lack of substitutes, so that we're on our prep time where we're trying to prep with other teachers and collaborate, we are subbing. The fact that we don't have enough counselors or ancillary staff to kind of help support us for co-teaching, for our special ed kids, for our learning disabled kids. Like, we have so many kids in our classrooms that one teacher and 36 kids is just not enough.
No.
And teachers are getting burned out really quick. I'm in year 4. I'm in for the long haul, but I already know 3 of my colleagues that graduated with me have left the profession already.
Wow.
So that's the big thing, I think.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Eva, and thank you for being in it for the long haul and choosing to teach. I think this is one of those things that we often hear rhetoric coming from politicians giving fancy speeches saying our kids are our future. Well, if that's true, we must not give a shit about our future, right? Unfortunately, because actions speak louder than words. That for so long, I mean, what you're dealing with now here today is not just something new that's come about this year or last year or the year before. That ultimately, the dedicating of the necessary resources to make sure that our kids are able to get a good quality education in our schools, no matter what zip code they happen to be born in, is still seemingly an impossible dream. That means it's not only a resource problem, but it's a leadership problem of backing up those words with action. In my administration, I would start with the very first essential step of making sure that my Secretary of Education has been a teacher.
Yeah.
Why this even needs to be said is mind-blowing, but I can understand how critical it is, even just through, I served in the state house in Hawaii, I later served in the city council and now in Congress. This is my 8th year there, but in each of these experiences, I've seen in the work that I've done.
We are going to switch gears away from Tulsi Gabbard, and that's because Judge Judy is speaking live at the Mike Bloomberg event. We're all about live here on Fox News Now.
Who brought New York City through the tragedy of 9/11, who brought New York City back after 2008, when everybody said New York City was through. And he did that because he's a genius. He sees a problem, he brings on the best people in the world, and he says to them, this is the problem. I want to fix it. And he listens to them. That's what he will do for us. We have to make sure it happens, because if we don't, the rancor in this country will rip us apart. So, for me, it is a joy, and at my stage in life, I have so few of those. It is a joy and a thrill for me to introduce a man who I respect, who I admire, and I hope will inhabit 1600 in 2021. Mike Bloomberg.
Well, hello, Florida. What a crowd. Thank you all for coming. Judy and I were just going to sit home tonight, to her at her home, I at mine, watch a little television, have a drink or two. But I do want to thank Judge Judy. Isn't she amazing? And also a big thanks to all the elected officials and Florida leaders supporting our campaign, including Mayors Manny Diaz, Phil Levine, Bob Buckhorn, Keith James, and Congress members Ted Deutsch and Stephanie Murphy. Let's hear it for them. Now, it's great to be here in this beautiful state. I know you're not used to seeing a New Yorker in southern Florida in late winter. But unlike the president, I didn't come here to golf. Or to reveal classified information to Mar-a-Lago members. I came here because winning in November starts with Florida. And if I'm the nominee, let me make you this promise. We will beat Donald Trump here in Florida and in swing states around the country. Now, tonight the polls are still open in a number of Super Tuesday states, and as the results come in, here's what is clear. No matter how many delegates we win tonight, we have done something no one else thought was possible. In just 3 months, we've gone from 1% of the polls to being a contender for the Democratic nomination for president. Enthusiasm they don't lack. All across America, I've been talking with voters, and my message is simple. I am running to beat Donald Trump. and to start rebuilding our country and to start getting things done. And I mean big, important things like stopping gun violence and fighting climate change and finally achieving affordable health coverage for all Americans. This is a campaign for change, a campaign for sanity, for honesty, a campaign for inclusion, compassion, competence, and a campaign for human decency. And this is a campaign to bring our country back together and put the United back in the United States of America. That's the message I've been delivering not only to Democrats, but also to swing voters who will actually decide who will be our next president. And tonight we proved something very important. We proved we can win the voters who will decide the general election. And isn't that what this is all about? Now, while my fellow candidates spent a whole year focusing on the first 4 states, I was out campaigning against Donald Trump in the states where the election will actually be decided, like Wisconsin and Michigan and Pittsburgh and Ohio and North Carolina and, of course, Florida. President Obama proved that a Democrat can win all of those states, but in 2016, we lost them all. Well, I'm running to win them back. And together, we're going to get it done. Now, we all know Trump's strategy: attack Democrats, make their plans look unrealistic, unaffordable, and undoable. That won't work against us. Our plans are sensible, workable, and achievable, and we have the record and the resources to defeat Trump in swing states the Democrats lost in 2016, like Florida. I know we can do it, and you know who else knows it? Donald Trump. And that's why he keeps attacking us on Twitter. Today, he sent a tweet out urging people not to vote for us. Gee, I wonder why. Clearly, Trump is scared stiff of facing us, and for good reason. In every campaign I ran for mayor, we built a broad coalition that brought Democrats and independents and moderate Republicans together. Donald Trump the other day called me short. I said, Donald, where I come from, we measure people from the neck up. That's how we're going to beat Donald Trump. I believe we need a leader who is ready to be commander-in-chief, not college debater-in-chief. So if you want someone who talks turkey and who has a record of accomplishment on all the big issues facing our country and who has the resources to beat Trump, I'm your guy. And while Trump tweets, I follow facts, respect data, and tell the truth. My whole career, I have been a doer, and I believe we need less talk, less partisanship, less division, less tweeting. In fact, how about no tweeting from the Oval Office ever again? Now, you've all heard our campaign slogan, Mike will get it done. Well, let me tell you what the it is. It means winning this November and sending Donald Trump back to Mar-a-Lago permanently. But that's just the beginning, because getting it done means finally providing health insurance to every American who lacks it. Getting it done means passing common sense gun safety laws that protect our children and communities. Getting it done means making America a global leader in the fight against climate change. Getting it done means creating good jobs with higher wages. Getting it done means addressing discrimination and inequality. Getting it done means creating a path to citizenship and finally fixing our broken immigration system. And getting it done means protecting a woman's right to choose. Our campaign is a fight for America's ideals and values. It's a fight to build a better future for everyone, not to bring back a past that left so many out. It's a fight we cannot afford to lose. So I need your help and I need your vote. And when you talk to your friends and families, thank you, just tell them. If you want quality health insurance for everyone, not just empty promises, if you want to combat inequality with fairer taxes and better jobs, if you support my commitment to public education, no matter what zip code you live in, if you share my belief for opportunity for all and not just for a few, if you are ready to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, and if you are ready to clean out the Oval Office and get things done, then welcome to Bloomberg 2020. Thank you.
All right, everybody, again, that was Mike Bloomberg in West Palm Beach, Florida. As you can see, he is the winner of American Samoa. It looks like the Bernie Sanders campaign event rally for the night is getting underway, so let's listen in live here on Fox News Now.
For being here tonight, my name is Ali Jang. I am one of the Burlington City Councilors, and I'm happy to share that I just won my re-election tonight. "13 years ago, I came to America to join my wife with only a suitcase, broken English, and empty pockets. I was fortunate enough to live in Burlington, Vermont. Yes, where the air is pure, where we take care of each other. Yes, where we venerate the environment. Much of what made Burlington and Vermont as great as it is, it's because of the legacy of former Mayor Bernie Sanders. Back then, Bernie understood that the American dream needs to be protected for everyone, not just the select few. Bernie fought for affordable housing. Bernie Sanders created the neighborhood planning assemblies. Bernie Sanders created the Office of Development Economic for the city of Burlington. Bernie worked tirelessly to make sure that everyone in Vermont can succeed and can attain the American dream. To me, Bernie is almost like a prophet. He fought for decades for justice, social justice, economic justice, environmental justice. His message for health care did not start in 2016. This message is who he is, who he will be, and who he will continue to be as the 46th President of the United States of America. Four years later, brothers and sisters, here we are again with Bernie, the courageous, Bernie. With his flame of hope that kept us all alive. For 4 years of confusion, 4 years of embarrassments, 4 years of division, 4 years of sexism, 4 years of racism, and all the isms that we endured, all the isms that we suffered from, that prevent people like us to strive for the American dream. Bernie's campaign is about inclusion. Bernie's campaign is a multi-generational, multiracial coalition of the working people. Bernie's campaign is about the dignity of human being, the dignity of mankind. It is about humility. It is about love. And also, brothers and sisters, Bernie speaks truth to power. I don't know if you have been paying attention lately. Numbers don't lie. Science doesn't lie. Donations averaging less than $20 are skyrocketing. Donations, $10, $5 are skyrocketing from all around the world. Polls from reputable agencies are continuing to show that only Bernie Sanders can beat Donald Trump. My brothers and sisters, it is time to join the movement. The movement that will strengthen our social security. The movement that will guarantee health care for every citizen. The movement that calls to raise the minimum wage. The movement for paid family leave. The movement of Bernie Sanders that will truly drain the swamp of Trump in DC. That movement that will bring jobs to our people, peace and stability to the international community. And most importantly, sustainability to our planet. That's Bernie Sanders. Like the next president of the United States said it best, it's not me, it's not you, it's not him, it's all of us. All of us. To finish, brothers and sisters, what happens next is up to all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Vermont's Attorney General, T.J. Donovan.
How we doing, Vermont? Vermont sent a message tonight to the rest of the country. We spoke loudly and clearly. We want change. We've had enough of Donald Trump. And Vermonters know best that Bernie Sanders is the best candidate to beat Donald Trump in November. Vermonters know that Bernie, as our next president of these United States, will restore our democracy and take our country back. It is time to unite behind Senator Sanders. And let me tell you this, he's a rarity in politics. He, unlike anybody else in politics, has been absolutely consistent in his values for 40 years. He won't change. He'll change our country for the better. He has been absolutely unrelenting in his pursuit for a more fair and just world. Whether as mayor, as U.S. congressman, or as United States Senator, Bernie Sanders has fought for all people. He has fought for our environment. He has fought against inequality and injustice wherever it is. He will fight for us. He will fight to restore our democracy. And in November, he will win. And because it's election night, let's talk a little bit of politics. As a proud member of the Democratic Party, as somebody who has run down ballot races like state's attorney, like attorney general, let me tell you this, nobody gets out the vote like Bernie Sanders. Bernie's grassroots campaign engages and excites people because it's just that. It's about people. And when people feel heard and respected, they vote. This is common sense. This is Bernie's campaign. This is what's going to win the presidency in November. Democrats and Americans and everybody, this is our time to come together, to unite behind Bernie Sanders. This is the time, as the poet wrote, that justice can rise up and hope and history can rhyme. This is our time to elect Bernie Sanders as our next president and change our country, take it back, and move this country forward. Thank you. Let's win in November.
Please welcome to the stage Vermont State Treasurer Beth Pierce.
I gotta move that down a little bit. They're all taller than me. There we go. So thank you very much. I'm your Vermont State Treasurer, and I'm proud to support my Senator, Barry Sanders, for president. As a treasurer, I care about the bottom line and work toward financial and economic prosperity. But that bottom line does not belong to a select few, but it belongs to everybody in Vermont. Bernie understands the bottom line, will bring that knowledge and commitment to the rest of the country, and will work to make sure that that bottom line is shared by each and every one of us. My office works to make sure that everybody in Vermont has an opportunity for a lifetime of financial well-being. You want that for yourself, you want that for your family, you want that for neighbors, I want that for everybody in Vermont. Bernie Sanders wants that for all of America. Bernie Sanders will provide the opportunity for a lifetime of financial well-being for every single person in the United States. He will make sure that every person has the right to economic justice, social justice, health care, a decent job and livable wage, financial security and retirement, access to education, housing, and a clean environment. Bernie Sanders will work to address the issues of climate change. Bernie will work to put an end to discrimination. Bernie will put an end to the vitriol, hate, and anger that has undermined our future. Bernie Sanders has a vision of a fair and equitable America. its heritage, able to address its challenges, and willing to work for justice and prosperity for all. To quote Senator Sanders, if there was ever a moment when we needed a new vision to bring our people together in the fight for justice, decency, and human dignity, this is that time. I believe in that vision, and I believe in Bernie Sanders' ability as a leader to attain that vision. Now, I know that everyone in this audience has worked really hard volunteering your time here in Vermont and across America. Give yourself a hand for that work. Thank you for that good work, but we're not done yet. There are more state primaries, a convention, and a general election ahead. Bernie needs each and one of us to commit, as he has, to that effort to achieve that vision. Let's show the rest of the country that we share in that vision. We want justice, decency, and human dignity. Let's work so that President Bernie Sanders will be there to lead us in that vision. Let's finish the work and elect Bernie as the next President of the United States. Thank you. Let's get it done.
From Vermont, please welcome to the stage our Lieutenant Governor, David Zuckerman. Wow. Wow. Go Vermont!
It is amazing to see and hear so many incredible supporters for Bernie Sanders, our next president. I know Bernie's an amazing inspiration for so many people and for all of you to get involved. I'm going to tell you my story. I was a cynical college student. Who here is a cynical college student about politics? I was you back in 1992. Active on social justice issues and thought the political system wasn't for me. And there at UVM, I saw Bernie Sanders speak. Someone who took no corporate contributions. Someone who said exactly what he believes in. Universal health care. Free public college and trade school. The climate crisis, affordable housing, criminal justice reform, and so much more. So I volunteered for him, just as millions are doing today. You are amazing. He inspires people, as you know, who otherwise have given up on the system. That is what bringing people together is all about. He inspires people as to what democracy can be. Is this democracy right here? From that moment, over 27 years ago, he inspired me to run for office. Just as he has mentored and inspired hundreds and thousands of others, and he's helped many win, including me. And I want to just express my appreciation to everybody here who helped me become a legislator for 14 years in the House, 4 years in the Senate, and the last 4 years as your Lieutenant Governor. Now I got to say, I hope that you'll help me to be Vermont's next governor in this state. But it's not just me. It's TJ and Beth and a number of representatives and senators over here that you also have to help elect, and other new fresh faces, so that we can help Bernie when he's president, help us in Vermont lead the way on universal health care, rebuilding our rural economy and our communities, supporting our public schools and our teachers.
All right, everybody, they're switching some events here for us. Here we go, we got it back.
On tackling our climate crisis while creating good-paying jobs all across the state. Now, most people in this room are from Vermont, but I got to speak to a few folks who aren't from Vermont at this moment. It is critically important for this country to realize that Bernie does better in rural and conservative areas than any Democrat on the ballot. That's why he can win all across this country. It's for all those reasons that the day he announced, I jumped in and endorsed him as the first statewide official in the country to endorse Bernie Sanders. And like many of you in this room, I went to New Hampshire. We've been making phone calls. Has anybody here gone to New Hampshire, made phone calls, or contributed to Bernie? Raise your hand if you have. Now, we have to thank people all across the country who have been inspired just as we have. We know that this movement is transforming our democracy from one that primarily rewards the establishment to a democracy that rewards everyone for their hard work and creates opportunities for everyone, no matter where they come from or the situation they were born into. Everyone deserves a chance. But our work is not done. Tonight is the first in many more nights and many more days when we have to help all across the country. The election is in November, and the most important election in our lifetime. So I want to ask you, after tonight, will you keep fighting for health care for all? Will you keep fighting for our planet? Will you keep fighting for our children? Will you keep fighting for our families? Will you keep fighting for your neighbor? Will you keep fighting for all of us? Will you keep fighting for Bernie? Will you keep fighting for Bernie? If yes, which it is clearly yes, I will continue fighting with you for Bernie tonight until we succeed in reclaiming our democracy and get Trump out of office and put Bernie as the next president of the United States of America. Thank you.
All right, everyone, in just moments, Christy Larson is going to be taking over the News Now stream for the rest of the evening. Don't worry, you can stay here for all of your Super Tuesday coverage. Everybody's got campaign events, and we're bringing you the results on the lower third as soon as we find out about them. Again, Pilar Arias signing off for the evening. I will see you again tomorrow. If you would like to, please join us. Fox 10 Extra News at 7 is on Channel 45, Cable 9. If you're not in Arizona or you don't have a TV, just head on over to fox10phoenix.com/live. That's FOX10PHOENIX/LIVE. I'll see you on TV or there on the website. Have a good night. Again, Christy Larson taking over the stream. All right, guys, just want to say thank you for being here with us on News Now. I'm going to give you some updates on the numbers that have been coming in here to our Fox News Now desk. Now, in today's Super Tuesday races, Alabama, Joe Biden taking that, sweeping it with 62%, and Bernie Sanders coming in with 14%, Michael Bloomberg with 13%, and Elizabeth Warren with 5%. Moving on things down to Arkansas, Joe Biden currently sitting at 26%. Close behind him is Bernie Sanders with 21%, Michael Bloomberg with 20%, and Elizabeth Warren coming in fourth there with 11%. Now, those numbers are still coming in here for us to our News Now desk. California still has their polls open, so those numbers have not started pouring in here. And Colorado, as you just saw, Bernie is expected to take Colorado. Now, East Coast polls just closed in 3 more super states, Colorado, Minnesota, and Texas. And as I mentioned, the Fox News decision desk can now project that Bernie Sanders will win the state of Colorado. It's a very important victory for the Democratic Socialists as he tries to counter gains elsewhere by former Vice President Joe Biden. But the contest is still closed in Texas. We do not yet have enough data to project a clear winner there. The same is true in Minnesota, home state of Senator Amy Klobuchar, who recently dropped out of the presidential race and endorsed Joe Biden. They were running commercials earlier today. Amy Klobuchar was praising the former vice president. Now, the spot used clips from Klobuchar's appearance last night with Biden in the rally in Dallas, where she formally endorsed the former vice president. Now, was this last-minute ad effective? Well, we'll find out later this evening as Minnesota's results will slowly come in. That's a small update for you, giving you a live look here at the Bernie Sanders headquarters. We also have, on the other end of things, also have Joe Biden. And again, they're going through some mic tests here. And Bernie Sanders has had a few speakers come out and talk to the supporters here who are here with him in Vermont. Now, again, this is his headquarters here in Vermont. And so we will be expecting to hear from him very shortly. And to continue to give you a few more updates from states that we do know at this time, Maine, Joe Biden has taken that with 35%, with Bernie Sanders right behind him, 33%, Elizabeth Warren then with 13%, Bloomberg then with 12%. Now, Tulsi Gabbard did get 1% there in Maine, and she is still in the running. Remember, these Democrat candidates started with more than a dozen, now just down to 5. Moving things along to Massachusetts, Bernie Sanders has 32%, Bernie Sanders with 27%, Elizabeth Warren, though, in a close third with 22%. In Minnesota, as we mentioned, polls just closing. Early numbers are starting to come in
Joe Biden currently having 42% of those votes, and Bernie Sanders 27%, with Elizabeth Warren and Michael Bloomberg following shortly thereafter. And in North Carolina, we do have Joe Biden with 33%, taking that from Bernie Sanders, who is at 23%. Michael Bloomberg then with 16%. As we also said, Oklahoma, Joe Biden 35% here, Bernie Sanders with 24%, and Bloomberg coming in third over Warren with 15%. Down in Tennessee, Joe Biden coming in at 29% and Bernie Sanders right behind him with 23%. Bloomberg close behind Sanders with 22%. Texas numbers starting to also come in here this evening. Bernie Sanders a little bit on top here with 28%, as Joe Biden is coming in with 22%. Bloomberg right behind them with 19%. Elizabeth Warren following there shortly after with 13%. And Utah's numbers have not come across our desk yet. And as you can imagine, in Vermont, Bernie Sanders sweeping it with 51% of those votes. And in Virginia, Joe Biden got 53%. Now, these races are going to, or polling numbers are going to continue to pour in here to our Fox News Now desk, and we will continue to give them to you right here on our News Now stream.
All right, everybody, Pilar Arias hopping in here while Christy Larson takes care of something on the new News Now set, the set that we use on a day-to-day basis. I am talking to you from what we call the old Fox News Now set, the original set. The Fox Live blog team just sent out about 20 minutes ago. It's 9 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls have closed in 3 more Super Tuesday states: Colorado, Minnesota, and Texas. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders will win the state of Colorado, an important victory for the Democratic Socialist as he tries to counter gains elsewhere by former Vice President Joe Biden. But the contest is still close in Texas, where we do not yet have enough data to project a winner. I promise I can talk. The same is true in Minnesota, the home state of Senator Amy Klobuchar, who dropped out of the presidential race just yesterday. Remember, not long ago, I showed that story about what happens if you cast your vote for somebody who has since dropped out of the race. So again, this is our Super Tuesday, very special live stream right here on Fox News Now. We are currently live at the Bernie Sanders headquarters in Vermont. Lots of cheers and chants tonight. We also have a live look at the Biden event happening in Los Angeles, California. Due to some copyright restrictions, all the music they're playing at these events, the audio is down, which is why you hear me misspeaking when it comes to winter and winter. But again, this is Fox News Now. My name is Pilar Arias, here with you for a few minutes until Christy Larson returns. I hope you all are having a great night. It is Tuesday, Super Tuesday, and the thousands of you News Nowers across the globe are watching Fox News Now. Currently 3,570 of you watching. Please feel free to let me know where you are watching from. Even though the YouTube chat is already flying, we could use some more engagement. Thanks for being here, everyone. Don't forget, everyone, Fox News is doing some cut-ins here with the election results that we have been taking here on the Fox News Now stream. The next one that comes up less than about 15 to 20 minutes away, I believe. I'm not positive, but I believe we're getting pretty close to the next cut-in with the election results from Fox News. Meanwhile, thanks for your patience and understanding. While we have no audio up, that's because they're playing some music here at Bernie Sanders' headquarters in Vermont, the state that he has already won. So again, we are waiting for Bernie Sanders to make an appearance in Vermont. We also have a live picture of Joe Biden's events in Los Angeles, California. And we are waiting for that next election coverage, election results. Cut-in is what we call it, in just moments away.
Birds flying high.
All right, everyone. Pilar Arias still here with you. The Fox Live blog team just posting moments ago, per Fox News' Charles Kraitz, Trump Organization Executive Vice President Eric Trump slammed former New York Mayor Mike Bloomberg's presidential bid, considering it a bigger quote-unquote flop than former Florida Governor Jeb Bush's campaign for the Republican nomination in 2016. Trump telling Fox News host Brett Baier and Martha McCallum that Bloomberg is likely to drop out after what he projected would be a dismal showing in Super Tuesday states. As of 8 Eastern Time, Fox News had projected that Bloomberg will win the caucuses in American Samoa, a U.S. territory in the South Pacific, netting him a total of 5 delegates. This is a quote. "I think Mini Mike is out after tonight," Eric Trump said, referencing his presidential father's nickname for the diminutive Bloomberg. Diminutive. I may have said that wrong. Anywho, that's the latest there. I wanted to provide it for you. We also know, breaking news, the Fox News decision desk can now project that former Vice President Joe Biden will win the state of Tennessee. Again, Fox News decision desk reporting former Vice President Joe Biden will win the state of Tennessee. Thank you to the 3,103 of you watching. Fox News Nowers across the globe now jump to 3,122. Special thanks to all of you who checked in from where you are watching from. There's now 3,140. But again, the latest Fox News decision desk saying that former Vice President Joe Biden will win the state of Tennessee. Biden so far has racked up the most delegates tonight. This is Fox News Now. Thank you for trusting us for all of your Super Tuesday coverage and for being here with us. The audio is not up here at Bernie Sanders' campaign headquarters in Vermont. That's because they're playing some copywritten music that we cannot stream here on YouTube. So again, my name is Pilar Arias. Christy Larson also hopping in here, controlling the stream through the end of the night. We will update you accordingly. Your patience and understanding is always appreciated. There's now currently 3,293 of you watching. Please like, share, subscribe. Let your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors, everybody you know about us right here at Fox News Now. The more, the merrier. Let's turn everyone into News Nowers. Currently 3,313 watching.
All right, guys, just want to say thanks for being here with us. Bernie Sanders is about to address supporters in Vermont. He is expected to step out here on the stage soon. And as Pilar was just telling you guys, Fox Decision Desk has projected former Vice President Joe Biden will win the state of Tennessee. Now, we are expecting to get a live update from our Fox station here very shortly, which we will bring to you here on our News Now stream. Also, just wanted to remind you, if you haven't yet, you can subscribe to our page. We like to keep you up to date on everything that happens across our country, all the way from politics to breaking news to top stories. And of course, we always cover live events that are happening across our country. So if you subscribe to our page, you stay up to date with us on News Now. As I mentioned, we're about 10 minutes away from getting an update from our Fox station. Also, we will be tuning into Bernie Sanders here very shortly, as he is expected to address his supporters right here in Vermont.
approximately 30 minutes. We're waiting for a couple more results to come in, and then he'll be out here. But I wanted to say a few words, and then we'll have a special guest say a few words. So hang with me for a moment. I want to thank you for making history. Together, we are building a movement that is making history. You are a part of an unprecedented grassroots movement that has had more individual volunteers and contributions than any campaign in presidential history. I want to thank the staff, our wonderful staff. I want to thank our volunteers and all of our supporters who have put in so many efforts. The numbers of dials that we have made, the numbers of texts that we have made, the numbers of door knocks we have made are in the tens of millions. And there is no other campaign that matches it. So thank you all for all of your hard work and efforts that you put into this campaign. Vermont, you know Bernie Sanders well. You know a few things about him that I have come to know over the course of this campaign. One is a vision for this country that stands unique. It stands apart from all others. It is this desire in him to fight for those who cannot fight for themselves, a desire to fight for those who need the government to give them support, to provide voice to the voiceless. It has been the mission of his life. But more than policy, the things that you know about Bernie Sanders that I feel others do not, is we're talking about an individual who has incredible integrity. When you think about the fact that he has for his life waged grassroots campaigns that do not rely on the powerful and the wealthy to fund them, why does he do that? It's because he believes in a mission to fight for the working class, and he fights it with integrity. He has never compromised, he will never compromise, and that's why he deserves to be our next president of the United States. All right, folks, I want to introduce to you somebody who has been his partner in the cockpit for his entire life, someone who has been traveling the country. And by the way, where she has traveled, we have been doing very well tonight. Someone who is not only one of the top closest advisors to this campaign, close advisor to me, someone who has given us a great deal of support and confidence, gives us on our worst days a sense of optimism that we all need, and somebody who is going to be a wonderful First Lady of the United States, Jane Sanders.
It's great to be here in Vermont. Thank you so much. Do you know what today is? It's Super Tuesday, but it's also the anniversary of the first mayoral win when Bernie won in 1981 on March 3rd. So we thought that was a good omen for this night, and neither of us even considered being anywhere else but here tonight. So I want to begin just by saying thank you, Vermont. You know, our motto is not me, us, and that is indicative of the fact that this is a movement. This isn't just a campaign. Bernie says all the time, it's not just about him. It's not just about winning the presidency. It is about transforming this country. And this movement started right here. I've had the pleasure to go all over the country, and honestly, we were young, long time ago, when he won, and you all educated us as to how to listen, how to work with the communities, of various communities across the state, whether it's the farmers or the activists or every group that we have. You taught me, at least, that being a community organizer was more important than being a politician. We have so enjoyed being part of the Vermont community, and we've brought that everywhere that we've gone. Just in the last week, I've been to Tennessee, Oklahoma, Minnesota, Utah, California, and I don't know where else. And then Bernie had been to 7 other states in the last week. So we've been going all over this country, bringing your common sense to the rest of the country and meeting people just like you, people who have a vision for the future of America, for it to be what we want it to become, a more inclusive society, a more tolerant society, a more loving, compassionate society. Thank you. But really, honestly, we learned it all here in Vermont. We're thrilled to be celebrating here with you tonight. We have a number of wins under our belts already. And there's a number more to come. But, you know, Bernie talks policy all the time. He talks about ideas and vision for the future. He's an inspirational leader. But I want to tell you what I think Vermonters already know. He is a caring, compassionate man and a fantastic, I want to take this opportunity among my close friends to say that I appreciate him so much as a partner in life, as a father to our children, as a grandfather to our grandchildren, and an inspiration to me. So anyway, I just wanted to come out and say hi and tell you how glad I am to be home. And Bernie will be out soon, okay? Just want to, I know he has a few things that he's dealing with, but like 14 states, but he'll be here shortly. And thank you again so much from the bottom of our hearts. Bye-bye.
I'm Trace Gallagher with the Fox News Super Tuesday update. Polls are now closed in 12 of the 14 states voting today, and Fox News can project that Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders will win Colorado after Joe Biden won a couple of big East Coast states earlier in the night. Fox News can also project that the former vice president will also win Oklahoma. Big victory for him. He was up 13 points over Bernie Sanders. And we project Biden will also win Tennessee. Michael Bloomberg spent a lot of money in Tennessee, as he did everywhere, now in third place. Polls are now closed in Texas, but too early to call there. That's the night's second biggest prize, 228 delegates. It's also too early to call Minnesota. The big question there, will Biden pick up some support that would have gone to Senator Amy Klobuchar before she dropped out and endorsed Joe Biden? So here's where things stand right now. Fox News has called Vermont and Colorado for Bernie Sanders. We have called 5 states for Biden, including Virginia and North Carolina, where there are a lot of delegates. And the Associated Press has called American Samoa for Mike Bloomberg, 6 delegates at stake there. Polls are still open in 2 states out west, including the night's biggest prize, California. That's an opportunity for Sanders to add to his delegate count. Updates on this station and on Fox News Channel throughout the night. I'm Trace Gallagher in New York.
All right, guys, just want to say thank you for being here with us on News Now. More results are coming in. Fox Decision Desk has now projected former Vice President Joe Biden will win the state of Arkansas. Now, the campaign manager tells Fox News source that every day the campaign is reevaluating. That's in response to an NBC report that Bloomberg will reassess his campaign tomorrow. And so that was his campaign manager there answering. Now, Texas is one of the most watched contests tonight. And here's why we can't tell the race quite yet. Two groups that have been strong for Sanders have been those who don't go to church and didn't go to college. Now, tonight in Texas, Sanders and Biden are splitting the votes of those with no college degree. That's according to the Fox News voter analysis. 33% of those with no degree backed Sanders compared to 29% backing Biden. Now, another reliable group for Sanders is young voters, and close to half young Democratic primary voters in the Lone Star State are coming out for him. Now, there's also a sizable Hispanic population in Texas, and it's a group which helps Sanders in Nevada, and they are again solidly behind him today. According to Fox News analysts, 37% have backed Sanders compared to 23% for Biden and 21% for Bloomberg. Now, as we mentioned, we are still waiting here in Vermont at Bernie Sanders' headquarters. As you heard his wife say, she said he would be out soon. Obviously still waiting around for that. And just to give you a look, we also are waiting on Joe Biden. Now, he is also expected to address his supporters, and so whichever candidate comes up to their podium first, of course, we'll bring it to you right here live on News Now. And as more results come in, of course, we'll bring those to you as well. Just to read you again some of those numbers from those states. I know that a lot of people have been keeping their eyes and ears open for those results in Minnesota, and Joe Biden getting 35%, Bernie Sanders 31%, Elizabeth Warren with 17%. Now, we are going to have more of these details given to us in about 2 minutes from our Fox team. We'll be listening into their cut-in here on News Now.
Four, three.
Good evening. The polls have closed in another state. Fox News has not yet made a projection in Utah, but we can project that Joe Biden will win Arkansas. And still no winner in Texas, tonight's second biggest prize with 228 delegates. Bernie Sanders was leading a couple of days ago in polls there, but it appears that Joe Biden is performing better than expected in Texas. That is still a battle. Meantime, we are calling Minnesota now for Joe Biden. That's breaking news. That's the home of Senator Amy Klobuchar. She dropped out of the race yesterday and endorsed Joe Biden, and that turned out to be a big plus for the former vice president. We can also not call Massachusetts. It's a three-way race between home state Senator Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, and Joe Biden, and all the experts you talk to say this would be a huge defeat for Elizabeth Warren to come in third place in her home state. Fox News, meantime, can project that Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders will win Colorado, and we can also project that the former vice president will win Oklahoma. You see Michael Bloomberg there in third place. He's under that 15% threshold needed to actually get delegates. Bloomberg spent a lot of money in Oklahoma, as he did elsewhere. And we are also projecting that Biden will win Tennessee. And we're waiting for polls to close in California. That, of course, is tonight's biggest prize, with more than 400 delegates, 415 to be exact. Bernie Sanders is the favorite there. The question becomes how many of the other candidates will get to that 15% threshold to be able to chip away at Bernie Sanders' delegates. A lot more coming ahead. Back to you.
You know, it's a funny thing. 31 years ago today, we won the mayoral race in Burlington, Vermont. And we won that race against all of the odds. Everybody said it couldn't be done. And when we began this race for the presidency, Everybody said it couldn't be done. But tonight, I tell you with absolute confidence, we are going to win the Democratic nomination. And we are going to defeat the most dangerous president in the history of this country. We are going to win. We are going to defeat Trump because we are putting together an unprecedented grassroots, multi-generational, multiracial movement. It is a movement which speaks to the working families of this country who are sick and tired of working longer hours for low wages and seeing all new income and wealth going to the top 1%. It is a movement which says the United States will have health care for all as a human right. It is a movement that says we will bring major reforms in education, making sure that all of our kids can go to college without coming out in debt. Now, what makes this movement unique is we are taking on the corporate establishment. We are taking on the greed of Wall Street, the greed of the drug companies who charge us the highest prices in the world, the greed of the insurance companies, and given the existential crisis of climate change, we are saying to the fossil fuel industry, their short-term profits are not more important than the future of our country and the world. But we are not only taking on the corporate establishment, we're taking on the political establishment. But we're going to win because the people understand it is our campaign, our movement, which is best positioned to defeat Trump. You cannot beat Trump with the same old kind of politics. What we need is a new politics that brings working class people into our political movement, which brings young people into our political movement, and which in November will create the highest voter turnout in American political history. So we're going to beat Trump because this will become a contrast in ideas. One of us in this race led the opposition to the war in Iraq. You're looking at him. Another candidate voted for the war in Iraq. One of us has spent his entire life fighting against cuts in Social Security, wanting to expand Social Security. Another candidate has been on the floor of the Senate calling for cuts to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Programs. One of us led the opposition to disastrous trade agreements which cost us millions of good-paying jobs. And that's me. And another candidate voted for disastrous trade agreements. One of us stood up for consumers and said we will not support a disastrous bankruptcy bill. And another candidate represented the credit card companies and voted for that disastrous bill. So here we are. We have two major goals in front of us, and they are directly related. First, we must beat a president who apparently has never read the Constitution of the United States. A president who thinks we should be an autocracy, not a democracy. But second of all, we need a movement and are developing a movement of black, white, Latino, Native American, Asian American, gay and straight. Of people who are making it clear every day they will not tolerate the grotesque level of income and wealth inequality we are experiencing. We will not give tax breaks to billionaires when 500,000 Americans sleep out on the streets. We will not allow 49% of all new income to go to the 1% when half of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. Now, I don't know what's going to happen later tonight. We're doing well in Texas right now. We won Colorado. And I'm cautiously optimistic that later in the evening, we can win the largest state in this country, the state of California. But no matter what happens, if this campaign, and I don't know what will happen, but if it comes out to be a campaign in which we have one candidate who is standing up for the working class and the middle class, we're going to win that election. And if we have another candidate who has received contributions from at least 60 billionaires, we're going to win that election. And if there is another candidate in the race who is spending hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, we're going to tell him, in America, you cannot buy elections. So I am excited about where we are. We have come a long, long way. And I want to, once again, thank the great state of Vermont and all of the people in the state. Not only for the victory you gave our movement tonight, but for the years and years of love and support you have given me and my family. So Vermont, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you all very much. Let's go on to the White House. Thank you.
It's a good night. It's a good night. And it seems to be getting even better. They don't call Super Tuesday for nothing. By the way, this is my little sister, Valerie, and I'm Jill's husband. Oh, no, this is no, you switched on me. This is my wife. This is my sister. They switched on me. Folks, it's still early, but things are looking awful, awful good. For those who've been knocked down, counted out, left behind, this is your campaign. Just a few days ago, the press and the pundits had declared the campaign dead. And then came South Carolina, and they had something to say about it. And we're told, well, when you got to Super Tuesday, it'd be over. Well, it may be over for the other guy. Tell that to the folks in Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Minnesota, and maybe even Massachusetts. It's too close to call. And we're still waiting for Texas and California, a few other small states to come in. But it's looking good. So I'm here to report we are very much alive. And make no mistake about it, this campaign that will send Donald Trump packing, this campaign is taking off. Join us. To those folks, listen, go to JoeBiden.com. Sign up, volunteer, contribute if you can. We need you, we want you, and there's a place for you in this campaign. People are talking about a revolution. We started a movement. We've increased turnout. And the turnout's turned out for us. That can deliver us to a moment where we can do extraordinary, extraordinary things. Look. Our agenda is bold, it's progressive, it's a vision where health care is affordable and available to everybody in America. Where we bring drug prices down under control with no more surprise billing. Access to hospitals in rural areas as well as urban areas. Access to care. A bold vision where we invest billions of dollars to find, and I promise you, cures for cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes. Standing up to and beating the NRA and the gun manufacturers. And leading the world to take on the existential threat of climate change. I'm going to start by rejoining an outfit I helped put together, the Paris Climate Accord, and we're going to move it a long way. A country where the quality of education will not depend on your zip code. Where we triple funding for low-income school districts, providing raises for teachers, full-time school for 3, 4, and 5 years old, and increasing exponentially the prospects of their success. Free community college, providing credentials for every job of the 21st century. And significant reduction in the cost of going to college and your student debt. If you volunteer, you pay nothing. Folks, we can do this. And let's get something straight. Wall Street didn't build this country. You built this country. The middle class built this country. And unions built the middle class. And the neighborhoods we come from, the three... Well, let's see. We're going to go. Look. us getting clobbered. Too many people in the neighborhoods that Jill and Val and I grew up in. So they're getting hurt. They're badly hurt. And guess what? They're the places where we come from, many of you come from. It's where we were raised. The people, they're the reason why I'm running. There's the reason why I'm a Democrat in the first place. These are people who build our bridges, repair our roads, keep our water safe, who teach our kids. Look, who race into burning buildings to protect other people, who grow our food, build our cars, pick up our garbage, our streets, veterans, dreamers, single moms. And by the way, every dreamer, have hope because I'm coming and you're not going anywhere. And we're going to provide a pathway for 11 million citizens. If the other guy had voted for well, I don't know if you can get into that. I won't get going. Look, the iron workers, the steel workers, the boiler makers, the plumbers, the electrical workers, these are the people that have been forgotten. I agree with you, man. Look, the people Trump forgot, the people I will never forget and I will always remember. Folks, that's why we need an economy that rewards work, not just wealth. Reestablishes the middle class, and this time brings everybody along. Everybody. Regardless of their race, their ethnicity, whether their gender, their disability, their economic state. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, every stripe. Look, like we did in South Carolina, like we did across America today, like we'll do all the way to the White House. Look, that's why I was so proud yesterday being embraced by Amy Klobuchar. We won Minnesota because of Amy Klobuchar. And we're doing well in Texas because of Beto O'Rourke. And that's why I was so proud, so incredibly proud to have Mayor Pete's endorsement as well. There's a man of character, intellect, and courage. And by the way, I was proud to be endorsed by Jim Clyburn. Man, he is something else. Look, our campaign reflects the diversity of this party and this nation. And that's how it should be, because we need to bring everybody along. Everybody. We want a nominee who will beat Donald Trump, but also keep Nancy Pelosi the Speaker of the House. Win back the United States Senate. If that's what you want, join us. And if you want a nominee who's a Democrat, a lifelong Democrat, a proud Democrat, an Obama-Biden Democrat, join us. Look, this all starts with a revival of decency and honor and character. Trump has fanned the flames of hate and sought to divide us. He's insulted, demonized, and actually just the way he talks about people. He has not a single sense of empathy. He doesn't have any compassion. No regard for the values that made this country who we are. Not the way you were raised by your moms and dads. He looks at honesty and decency and respect, and he views it as a sign of weakness. He doesn't believe that we're the beacon to the world. He doesn't believe we're all part of something bigger than ourselves. That's why I've said from the moment I announced for this candidacy, we're literally in a battle for the soul of America. Folks, winning means uniting America, not sowing seeds of division and anger and hate. We got to beat Donald Trump, and we will, but we can't become like him. We can't have a never-ending war between the parties. We need a president who can fight, but make no mistake about it, I can fight, but look, we need as badly, someone who can heal. Look, just look what we did when we passed Obamacare, or what President Obama and I did saving the American automobile industry, or what we did to pass the Violence Against Women Act. But it's not enough. This is just a start. We need a president who can heal the country as well. And that is what I will do as your president, I promise you. It's about delivering real results for you, your family, and the community. It's not about me, Jill, or Valerie. It's about you. It's about our families. To paraphrase the English poet Robert Browning, he said, our reach should exceed our grasp. And my reach does exceed our grasp because there's no doubt in my mind we can grasp whatever we reach for. Ladies and gentlemen, I quoted an English poet, but let me quote a real poet now, an Irish poet, Seamus Heaney, who wrote a poem called The Curatorian. Here's what he says, and I believe this to the bottom of my being. He said, history says, don't hope on this side of the grave, but then, once in a lifetime, the longed-for tidal wave of justice rises up, and hope and history rhyme. We can make hope and history rhyme because of what we've seen. There's nothing we can't do. This is about the future. It's not about the past. It's about our children and our grandchildren. It's about leading this country and leading the world once again. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. My Lord, this is the United States of America. And it's time for America to get back up. And once again, fight for the proposition that we hold these truths to be self-evident. That all men and women are created equal, endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights. We say it so often in school, we don't realize how profound it is. We've never lived up to those words, but until this president, we've never walked away from it. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe with every fiber of my being, that's who we are. So let's get back up. We are a decent, brave, resilient people. We can believe again. But we are better than this moment. We are better than this president. So get back up and take back this country, the United States of America. There's not a single thing we can't do. God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to do this, folks.
All right, as you heard him say, thanks to Pete Buttigieg for endorsing him. Also, he said, won the state of Minnesota thanks to Amy Klobuchar, who did endorse him last night at his rally down in Texas. And currently, delegates are coming in with their votes, and Biden currently winning in 8 states. Sanders winning in 3. Still have more results coming in to our Fox News Now desk. And thanks so much for being here with us on our Super Tuesday coverage. Don't forget you can subscribe to our page to stay up to date each and every single day as we bring you nonstop news that happens all across our country. All right, let's get an update with our Fox News headquarters as more results are coming in.
We have some big news because I want to put this up on the screen. Massachusetts has just been projected by Fox News. Joe Biden will win Massachusetts according to the Fox News projection, and Bernie Sanders coming in second there. The shocker is in third place, Elizabeth Warren. This, of course, is her home state, and she was off and on over the past couple of weeks favored to win Massachusetts. And really, this was the only state, if you look at the board all night, that Warren was competitive in, and this marks a huge defeat for Elizabeth Warren. It's also kind of a defeat for Bernie Sanders because Massachusetts is really in his home region, and it's a big victory for Joe Biden. We want to move on to Utah, at least one feather in the cap of Bernie Sanders. Fox News is now projecting that Bernie Sanders will take Utah, doing it in a bold fashion there, 32.2%. Not really a big surprise for Bernie Sanders. I want to skip down to Minnesota if I can now, because a lot of questions about this one. Just a short time ago, Fox News projects that Joe Biden will win Minnesota. And this is Amy Klobuchar's home state. She, of course, dropped out a couple of days ago and endorsed Joe Biden. The thinking was that Joe Biden would benefit from that endorsement. And boy, it sure appears that he did. Joe Biden appears, from our projection, to be taking Minnesota. And the big state, of course, the big prize is California. We got 415 delegates at stake in California. Bernie Sanders is really the front runner, according to all the recent polls in California. And today, Joe Biden was out there campaigning, and Biden said he would be happy with just a good showing. Well, now it appears that Biden may have a better than decent showing. And the question for Bernie Sanders, if he does come in first, are how many of the candidates actually hit that 15% threshold? Because remember, you don't get any delegates unless you hit 15%. And every candidate that hits 15% will kind of chip away at Bernie's delegate haul that he hopes to get in California. I just want to point out that one of the interesting stats that we saw as you saw Joe Biden come out of the gate is that in the recent polls, the Fox News voter analysis were showing that of people who were changing their minds or were deciding late, the large portion of them went toward Joe Biden. And I'll tell you, Caitlin and Jonathan, it shows tonight. Joe Biden having a heck of a night. We have some big news because I want to put
All right, last polls do close at 11 p.m. Eastern time, so we are just 20 minutes away from those last polls closing. As you can see, this live look right here in California outside of a polling place. That is one of the biggest states that we are looking forward to hearing those results. And again, it is something that many people will be keeping a close eye on, including us here at News Now. If you do feel like you've missed anything so far here on News Now, you can always go back to our video tab and rewatch memorable moments. Also, the full streams when we do end those here late at night. We are expected to stream here tonight until about 10 p.m. So thanks so much for being here with us on this Super Tuesday. As we get more results come in, we will bring them to you here on News Now. Currently, Texas and Maine are too close to call. And as I mentioned, we still have polls open here in California. Tennessee was taken by Biden with 42%, as many of us have been looking to see these results. Biden also took Minnesota with 38%. Now, as you can see on your lower third, he's taken 8 states, Sanders winning in 3. And a lot of people have been just watching Biden sweep the victory in a slew of Super Tuesday contests here in the South and beyond, while Senator Bernie Sanders scooped up wins out west and in his home state. Now, this is a remarkable turnaround after poor performances for Biden in Iowa, New Hampshire, and Nevada earlier this year. He's projected to win Massachusetts, Minnesota, Virginia, Tennessee, Alabama, North Carolina, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. And Sanders did win his home state of Vermont, later racked up wins in Colorado and Utah, according to Fox News. Now, they are projecting Sanders is coming in second in Massachusetts, which does have 91 delegates, and Senator Elizabeth Warren finishing a disappointing third in her very own home state. Now, as I mentioned, Texas and Maine are currently too close to call, and those are some of the biggest. Texas and California are some of the biggest delegate prizes on Super Tuesday here. They remain outstanding. 415 delegates are pledged in California, 228 down in Texas, and polls are closing here in California in about 16 minutes, and long lines of up to 2 to 3 hours had been reported, particularly in Southern California, and the contest in Maine is still too close to call here. And Sanders did tell his supporters here late this evening in Vermont that, quote, "We're going to win the Democratic nomination. We're going to defeat the most dangerous president in the history of this country." Going on to say, quote, "We are not only taking on the corporate establishment, we're taking on the political establishment." And he slammed Biden for voting to authorize the war in Iraq, backing trade agreements that cost us millions of good-paying jobs, according to Sanders, and seeking to cut Social Security funding. Now, minutes later, the visibly energized Biden, as you just saw, took the stage in Los Angeles, California, shouted out to some fired-up supporters. He says, "I'm here to report we are very much alive, and make no mistake about it, this campaign will send Donald Trump packing." Now, for their part, Warren and former New York City Mayor Mike Bloomberg have openly suggested they could stay in the running until the Democratic National Convention. It's unclear whether their poor showing on Super Tuesday will lead them to reconsider. Now, Biden's southern state victories are more valuable in the delegate race, with Virginia worth 99 pledged delegates, North Carolina worth 110, Alabama worth 52, Tennessee worth 64, and Arkansas worth 31. Oklahoma's worth 37. By contrast, Vermont is just worth 16 delegates, while Utah's worth 29, and Colorado has 67. Now, Klobuchar had been forecasted to win in Minnesota. You heard from her, and she exited the race, endorsed Biden, and it helped push that ex-vice president towards victory. And he even said tonight in his speech addressing his supporters, quote, "We won Minnesota because of Amy Klobuchar." Now, Sanders had the endorsement of Minnesota Rep. Ilhan Omar, but fell short in the state. That is worth 75 pledged delegates. Now, in every state voting on Tuesday, candidates who failed to receive 15% of the vote, either statewide or in congressional district, leave empty-handed. Candidates who clear the 15% threshold receive a proportional share of delegates. Now, Sanders has polled strongly in California and seeks to deny Biden any shares of the state's large delegate prize. That polling is still open for about 12 more minutes here as we wait for those polls to close. And again, Texas and Maine too close to call at this time. All right, let's listen in one more time here from our Fox headquarters.
It really is, and the breaking news kind of leans in Joe Biden's favor here. I want to put this on the screen because Fox News is now projecting that Massachusetts will go to Joe Biden, and that is a significant surprise for a lot of people because, as you may know, Elizabeth Warren, well, that's her home state, and in the polls over the past 2 or 3 weeks, Elizabeth Warren has kind of bandied back and forth being the leader, and now it shows that Elizabeth Warren is coming in 3rd place, which is a huge hit to her campaign. It's also kind of a dig to Bernie Sanders because it was kind of a Sanders-Warren battle for the past couple of weeks, and now you have Bernie Sanders in his home territory coming in 2nd place. Big victory for Joe Biden. I want to jump down to Texas now because still some unanswered questions down there. This was something that Bernie Sanders was supposed to take away, and you can see right there that Bernie Sanders is leading Texas. It's still too early to call, but if for some reason Joe Biden were to come out on top of this race in Texas, this would be a significant hit to Bernie Sanders because the polling was in his favor for the past several weeks. See, Michael Bloomberg, who spent a great deal of money in Texas with a pretty decent showing, he's above that 15% threshold where he'll get some delegates out of that, but you spent hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, and Bloomberg's looking at maybe 110 delegate tally. I want to jump up to Minnesota now because this is also a big victory for Joe Biden. Minnesota, the home state of Amy Klobuchar. Klobuchar dropped out of the race a couple of days ago. She endorsed Joe Biden, and when she did that, it was apparent that it was going to give Biden a boost. At least that's what everybody thought, and turns out it did. Joe Biden, a huge victory in Minnesota. Good delegate toll there for Biden. Of course, the biggest delegate haul of the night is over on the West Coast, California. You have it right there in the middle of the country, but it's actually on the West Coast, 415 delegates. And I'll tell you, Bernie Sanders is really the favorite here. Bernie Sanders is expected to take a lot of delegates, and one of the big questions for Sanders is, one, how well will Joe Biden do, and how well will Warren and Bloomberg do? Because every candidate that hits that 15% threshold, you know, without 15%, you don't get any delegates. And every candidate that hits that 15% threshold kind of claws away at Bernie's total, and the way that Joe Biden is performing, Bernie is going to need each and every delegate going forward.
And we are just minutes away from these polls here in California, where you're taking a live look from closing. Now, we will be getting those results then soon after, and as I mentioned, it is too soon or too close right now to be calling Texas and Maine. I am going to search around for some of those numbers that are coming in here so far and give them to you. An update coming here in just minutes on News Now. All right, guys, total number of delegates so far coming in to the Fox desk is Joe Biden has 282, while Bernie Sanders is in second with 188. Far behind him is Michael Bloomberg with 15 delegates. Elizabeth Warren does have 13, and Tulsi Gabbard has 0 currently here at this time. Now, again, we are waiting for many of these numbers to be coming in as they continue to pour in here. And just to give you an update on some of those numbers, on some of those close calls so far in Maine, currently Joe Biden has 34.12%, and right behind him, Bernie Sanders with 33.73%. So less than a 1% difference between the two of them. Elizabeth Warren in Maine has 16%. Michael Bloomberg has 11%. Now, moving on down, we're going to take a look also at Texas, where those numbers are slowly trickling in. Bernie Sanders has 28%. Joe Biden has 25%. Michael Bloomberg with 17%, and Elizabeth Warren following in fourth with 12%. Now, again, we're waiting for these races to be called as more and more numbers come in. And also, we are just about 1 minute away from polling places being closed here in California. Then we'll start to get those numbers where there's the largest number of delegates to be won over. And so once those numbers do start coming in, we'll update you right here on News Now. And now that it has reached 11 p.m. Eastern Time, the polls have officially closed. So more Super Tuesday numbers should be starting to make their way into the Fox desk very shortly. Again, Biden has won in 8 states. Sanders has won in 4 of those states. And so I'm going to give an update there to our lower third as we continue to get those results not only coming in, but also confirmed. So again, Biden has won in 8 states, Sanders winning in 4 states, and we're waiting for more to come in here. Texas and Maine, close calls, and also those polls just closed about 1 minute ago in California. Gonna wait for those numbers to be coming in here very shortly. Now, these results have been disappointment for Bloomberg, who's spent $500 million on his campaign and sought to present himself as only truly electable candidate in the race. Now, Bloomberg was on the primary ballot for the first time here on Tuesday. However, there was one at least bright spot for the high-spending billionaire as votes rolled in. Bloomberg picked up 5 delegates, American Samoa, and that's according to the Associated Press projection. Now, Hawaii Democrat Representative Tulsi Gabbard was slated to win 1 delegate there. Now, addressing supporters in Florida on Tuesday night, Bloomberg did acknowledge he may be in for a rough night, even as he declared that, quote, "We proved we can win the voters who will decide the general election," and argued, "While my fellow candidates spent a whole year focusing on the first 4 states, I was out campaigning in the states where election will actually be decided." Going on to say, unlike the president, I didn't come here for golf or to reveal classified information to Mar-a-Lago members. He said, "I came here because winning here in November starts with Florida, and if I'm the nominee, let me make you this promise. We will beat Donald Trump in Florida and swing states across the country." Now, he went on to add, quote, "No matter how many delegates we win tonight, we have done something no one thought was possible. In 3 months, we've gone from 1% in the polls to being a contender for the Democratic nomination for president." Now, in response to an NBC News report that Bloomberg campaign would reassess its role in the race on Wednesday, Bloomberg campaign manager Kevin Sheekley told Fox News every day the campaign is reevaluating. Now, previously, Bloomberg has strongly hinted that he is not going anywhere regardless of what happens tonight on Tuesday. Now, at a Fox News town hall on Monday, Bloomberg did suggest he might take his bid to the Democratic National Convention, where he said horse trading could decide the nominee. Now, Bloomberg separately assured supporters at a rally, saying, quote, "I'm in it to win it, and we are going to go out there. We're going to get them." He also purchased advertisements to air after Super Tuesday. Now, Warren has similarly vowed to make her campaign all the way to the convention at a final play and seeking to at least hold her home state. But she always she assured her supporters today on Tuesday, saying, quote, "My name is Elizabeth Warren, and I'm the woman who's going to beat Donald Trump." Now, we do have those results coming in showing that Warren didn't win her home state. As you can see, our shots going away there just because we do have those polls closing down. I'm sure that that does mean that the photographer there is going to go home, back to their news station, bring the footage that they had. And we're also waiting for our Fox team to give us an update here, which will happen in about 5 to 10 minutes. So once that does happen, we'll bring that to you also here on our News Now channel. But once more of those numbers start to come in from Texas and Maine, and of course California, now that the polls are closed, we'll bring them to you right here on News Now. Now, while we are waiting for more results to be coming in here across our desk, I'm going to continue to give you more that's been happening here tonight. I'm going to replay here Bernie Sanders as he addressed his supporters earlier this evening in his own state of Vermont.
Thank you, Vermont. You know, it's a funny thing. 31 years ago today, we won the mayoral race in Burlington, Vermont. And we won that race against all of the odds. Everybody said it couldn't be done. And when we began this race for the presidency, everybody said it couldn't be done. But tonight, I tell you with absolute confidence, we are going to win the Democratic nomination. And we are going to defeat the most dangerous president in the history of this country. We are going to win. We are going to defeat Trump because we are putting together an unprecedented grassroots, multi-generational, multiracial movement. It is a movement which speaks to the working families of this country who are sick and tired of working longer hours for low wages and seeing all new income and wealth going to the top 1%. It is a movement which says the United States will have health care for all as a human right. It is a movement that says we will bring major reforms in education, making sure that all of our kids can go to college without coming out in debt. Now, what makes this movement unique is we are taking on the corporate establishment. We are taking on the greed of Wall Street, the greed of the drug companies who charge us the highest prices in the world, the greed of the insurance companies, and given the existential crisis of climate change, we are saying to the fossil fuel industry, their short-term profits are not more important than the future of our country and the world. But we are not only taking on the corporate establishment, we're taking on the political establishment. But we're going to win because the people understand it is our campaign, our movement, which is best positioned to defeat Trump. You cannot beat Trump with the same old kind of politics. What we need is a new politics that brings working class people into our political movement, which brings young people into our political movement, and which in November will create the highest voter turnout in American political history. So we're going to beat Trump because this will become a contrast in ideas. One of us in this race led the opposition to the war in Iraq. You're looking at him. Another candidate voted for the war in Iraq. One of us has spent his entire life fighting against cuts in Social Security, wanting to expand Social Security. Another candidate has been on the floor of the Senate calling for cuts to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Programs. One of us led the opposition to disastrous trade agreements which cost us millions of good-paying jobs. And that's me. And another candidate voted for disastrous trade agreements. One of us stood up for consumers and said we will not support a disastrous bankruptcy bill. And another candidate represented the credit card companies and voted for that disastrous bill. So here we are. We have two major goals in front of us, and they are directly related. First, we must beat a president who apparently has never read the Constitution of the United States. A president who thinks we should be an autocracy, not a democracy. But second of all, we need a movement and are developing a movement of black, white, Latino, Native American, Asian American, gay and straight. Of people who are making it clear every day they will not tolerate the grotesque level of income and wealth inequality we are experiencing. We will not give tax breaks to billionaires when 500,000 Americans sleep out on the streets. We will not allow 49% of all new income to go to the 1% when half of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. Now, I don't know what's going to happen later tonight. We're doing well in Texas right now. We won Colorado. And I'm cautiously optimistic that later in the evening, we can win the largest state in this country, the state of California. But no matter what happens, if this campaign, and I don't know what will happen, but if it comes out to be a campaign in which we have one candidate who is standing up for the working class and the middle class, we're going to win that election. And if we have another candidate who has received contributions from at least 60 billionaires, we're going to win that election. And if there is another candidate in the race who is spending hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, we're going to tell him, in America, you cannot buy elections. So I am excited about where we are. We have come a long, long way. And I want to, once again, thank the great state of Vermont and all of the people in the state. Not only for the victory you gave our movement tonight, but for the years and years of love and support you have given me and my family. So Vermont, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you all very much. Let's go on to the White House. Thank you.
All right, guys, thanks for being here with us on News Now. I'm going to get an update from our Fox team coming up here in just a few seconds.
I'm Trace Gallagher with a Fox News Super Tuesday update. Most polls just closed in California, tonight's biggest delegate prize, and Fox News can project that Democratic Socialist Bernie Sanders will win the Golden State. That's a big win for Sanders after Biden won most states back east. But we're still watching Texas, tonight's second biggest prize. Fox News not ready to call that race, and Michael Bloomberg needs to stay above 15% to win delegates there. He spent $44 million in Texas. Here are some of the latest races we've called. Massachusetts for former Vice President Joe Biden. Senator Elizabeth Warren came in third in her home state, but may win some delegates, though it is still a huge defeat for her. We've also called Minnesota for Biden. Remember, he got Senator Amy Klobuchar's endorsement after she dropped out. It appears to have worked. We've called Utah for Senator Bernie Sanders. That is his second victory out west. Earlier in the night, we called Colorado for Sanders, plus his home state, Vermont. Joe Biden has won 8 states, including a couple of big ones back east. Virginia and North Carolina have a lot of delegates. Mike Bloomberg spent $500 million in Super Tuesday contest and has only won American Samoa. That's worth 6 delegates. Updates on this station and on Fox News Channel throughout the night. In New York, I'm Trace Gallagher, Fox News.
And as we continue to wait for more of those results to come in, Texas again, Sanders with 28%, Biden with 27%. And of course, many of these numbers are still just trickling in. Texas only has 51% of their results coming in here. So again, this is going to continue to be brought here to our news desk, and we're going to continue to bring you news that's been happening here. And we just listened to Sanders address his supporters in Vermont. Going to re-listen to Joe Biden, who is listening or thanking his supporters out in California.
Hello, 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 hello. It's a good night. It's a good night. And it seems to be getting even better. They don't call Super Tuesday for nothing. By the way, this is my little sister, Valerie, and I'm Jill's husband. Oh, no, this is oh, you switched on me. This is my wife. This is my sister. They switched on me. Folks, it's still early, but things are looking awful, awful good. For those who've been knocked down, counted out, left behind, this is your campaign. Just a few days ago, the press and the pundits had declared the campaign dead. And then came South Carolina, and they had something to say about it. And we're told, well, when you got to Super Tuesday, it'd be over. Well, it may be over for the other guy. Tell that to the folks in Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Minnesota, and maybe even Massachusetts. It's too close to call. We're still waiting for Texas and California, a few other small states to come in. But it's looking good. So I'm here to report we are very much alive. And make no mistake about it, this campaign that will send Donald Trump packing, this campaign is taking off. Join us. To those folks, listen, go to joebiden.com. Sign up, volunteer, contribute if you can. We need you, we want you, and there's a place for you in this campaign. People are talking about a revolution. We started a movement. We've increased turnout. And the turnout's turned out for us. That can deliver us to a moment where we can do extraordinary, extraordinary things. Look. Our agenda is bold, it's progressive, it's a vision where health care is affordable and available to everybody in America. Where we bring drug prices down under control with no more surprise billing. Access to hospitals in rural areas as well as urban areas. Access to care. A bold vision where we invest billions of dollars to find, and I promise you, cures for cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes. Standing up to and beating the NRA and the gun manufacturers. And leading the world to take on the existential threat of climate change. I'm going to start by rejoining an outfit I helped put together, the Paris Climate Accord, and we're going to move it a long way. A country where the quality of education will not depend on your zip code. Where we triple funding for low-income school districts, providing raises for teachers, full-time school for 3, 4, and 5 years old, and increasing exponentially the prospects of their success. Free community college, providing credentials for every job of the 21st century. And significant reduction in the cost of going to college and your student debt. If you volunteer, you pay nothing. Folks, we can do this. And let's get something straight. Wall Street didn't build this country. You built this country. The middle class built this country. And unions built the middle class. And the neighborhoods we come from, the three... Well, let's see. We're going to go. Look. The middle class is getting clobbered. The middle class is getting clobbered. Too many people in the neighborhoods that Jill and Val and I grew up in. So they're getting hurt. They're badly hurt. And guess what? They're the places where we come from, many of you come from. It's where we were raised. The people. They're the reason why I'm running. There's the reason why I'm a Democrat in the first place. These are people who build our bridges, repair our roads, keep our water safe, who teach our kids. Look, who race into burning buildings to protect other people, who grow our food, build our cars, pick up our garbage, our streets, veterans, dreamers, single moms. And by the way, every dreamer, have hope because I'm coming and you're not going anywhere. And we're going to provide a pathway for 11 million citizens. If the other guy had voted for the well, I don't shouldn't get into that. I won't get going. Look, the iron workers, the steel workers, the boiler makers, the plumbers, the electrical workers. These are the people that have been forgotten. I agree with you, man. Look, the people Trump forgot, the people I will never forget and I will always remember. Folks, that's why we need an economy that rewards work, not just wealth. Reestablishes the middle class, and this time brings everybody along. Everybody. Regardless of their race, their ethnicity, whether their gender, their disability, their economic state. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, every stripe. Look, like we did in South Carolina, like we did across America today, like we'll do on all the way to the White House. Look, that's why I was so proud yesterday being embraced by Amy Klobuchar. We won Minnesota because of Amy Klobuchar. And we're doing well in Texas because of Beto O'Rourke. And that's why I was so proud, so incredibly proud to have Mayor Pete's endorsement as well. There's a man of character, intellect, and courage. And by the way, I was proud to be endorsed by Jim Clyburn. Man, he is something else. Look, our campaign reflects the diversity of this party and this nation. And that's how it should be, because we need to bring everybody along. Everybody. We want a nominee who will beat Donald Trump, but also keep Nancy Pelosi the Speaker of the House. Win back the United States Senate. If that's what you want, join us. And if you want a nominee who's a Democrat, a lifelong Democrat, a proud Democrat, an Obama-Biden Democrat, join us. Look, this all starts with a revival of decency and honor and character. Trump has fanned the flames of hate and sought to divide us. He's insulted, demonized, and actually just the way he talks about people. He has not a single sense of empathy. He doesn't have any compassion. No regard for the values that made this country who we are. Not the way you were raised by your moms and dads. He looks at honesty and decency and respect, and he views it as a sign of weakness. He doesn't believe that we're the beacon to the world. He doesn't believe we're all part of something bigger than ourselves. That's why I've said from the moment I announced for this candidacy, we're literally in a battle for the soul of America. Folks, winning means uniting America, not sowing seeds of division and anger and hate. We got to beat Donald Trump, and we will, but we can't become like him. We can't have a never-ending war between the parties. We need a president who can fight, but make no mistake about it, I can fight. But look, we need as badly, someone who can heal. Look, just look what we did when we passed Obamacare, or what President Obama and I did saving the American automobile industry, or what we did to pass the Violence Against Women Act. But it's not enough. This is just a start. We need a president who can heal the country as well. And that is what I will do as your president, I promise you. It's about delivering real results for you, your family, and the community. It's not about me, Jill, or Valerie. It's about you. It's about our families. To paraphrase the English poet Robert Browning, he said, "Our reach should exceed our grasp." And my reach does exceed our grasp, because there's no doubt in my mind we can grasp whatever we reach for. Ladies and gentlemen, I quoted an English poet. Well, let me quote a real poet now. An Irish poet. Seamus Heaney, who wrote a poem called The Curatorian. And here's what he says, and I believe this to the bottom of my being. He said, history says, don't hope on this side of the grave, but then, once in a lifetime, the longed-for tidal wave of justice rises up, and hope and history rhyme. We can make hope and history rhyme because of what we're saying. There's nothing we can't do. This is about the future. It's not about the past. It's about our children and our grandchildren. It's about leading this country and leading the world once again. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. My Lord, this is the United States of America. And it's time for America to get back up. And once again, fight for the proposition that we hold these truths to be self-evident. That all men and women are created equal, endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights. We say it so often in school, we don't realize how profound it is. We've never lived up to those words, but until this president, we've never walked away from it. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe with every fiber of my being, that's who we are. So let's get back up. We are a decent, brave, resilient people. We can believe again. But we are better than this moment. We are better than this president. So get back up and take back this country, the United States of America. There's not a single thing we can't do. God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, again, that was Bernie Sanders from earlier addressing his supporters. Going to take you out to Bloomberg, who got introduced by Judge Judy. He addressed his supporters earlier this evening.
What a crowd. Thank you all for coming. Judy and I were just going to sit home tonight, her at her home, I at mine, watch a little television, have a drink or two. But I do want to thank Judge Judy. Isn't she amazing? And also a big thanks to all the elected officials and Florida leaders supporting our campaign, including Mayors Manny Diaz, Phil Levine, Bob Buckhorn, Keith James, and Congress members Ted Deutsch and Stephanie Murphy. Let's hear it for them. Now, it's great to be here in this beautiful state. I know you're not used to seeing a New Yorker in southern Florida in late winter. But unlike the president, I didn't come here to golf. Or to reveal classified information to Mar-a-Lago members. I came here because winning in November starts with Florida. And if I'm the nominee, let me make you this promise. We will beat Donald Trump here in Florida and in swing states around the country. Now, tonight the polls are still open in a number of Super Tuesday states, and as the results come in, here's what is clear. No matter how many delegates we win tonight, we have done something no one else thought was possible. In just 3 months, we've gone from 1% of the polls to being a contender for the Democratic nomination for president. Enthusiasm they don't lack. All across America, I've been talking with voters, and my message is simple. I am running to beat Donald Trump. And to start rebuilding our country and to start getting things done. And I mean big, important things like stopping gun violence and fighting climate change and finally achieving affordable health coverage for all Americans. This is a campaign for change, a campaign for sanity, for honesty, a campaign for inclusion, compassion, competence, and a campaign for human decency. And this is a campaign to bring our country back together and put the United back in the United States of America. That's the message I've been delivering not only to Democrats, but also to swing voters who will actually decide who will be our next president. And tonight we proved something very important. We proved we can win the voters who will decide the general election. And isn't that what this is all about? Now, while my fellow candidates spent a whole year focusing on the first 4 states, I was out campaigning against Donald Trump in the states where the election will actually be decided, like Wisconsin and Michigan and Pittsburgh and Ohio and North Carolina and, of course, Florida. President Obama proved that a Democrat can win all of those states, but in 2016, we lost them all. Well, I'm running to win them back. And together, we're going to get it done. Now, we all know Trump's strategy: attack Democrats, make their plans look unrealistic, unaffordable, and undoable. That won't work against us. Our plans are sensible, workable, and achievable, and we have the record and the resources to defeat Trump in swing states the Democrats lost in 2016, like Florida. I know we can do it, and you know who else knows it? Donald Trump. And that's why he keeps attacking us on Twitter. Today, he sent a tweet out urging people not to vote for us. Gee, I wonder why. Clearly, Trump is scared stiff of facing us, and for good reason. In every campaign I ran for mayor, we built a broad coalition that brought Democrats and independents and moderate Republicans together. Donald Trump the other day called me short. I said, Donald, where I come from, we measure people from the neck up. That's how we're going to beat Donald Trump. I believe we need a leader who is ready to be commander-in-chief, not college debater-in-chief. So if you want someone who talks turkey and who has a record of accomplishment on all the big issues facing our country and who has the resources to beat Trump, I'm your guy. And while Trump tweets, I follow facts, respect data, and tell the truth. My whole career, I have been a doer, and I believe we need less talk, less partisanship, less division, less tweeting. In fact, how about no tweeting from the Oval Office ever again? Now, you've all heard our campaign slogan, Mike will get it done. Well, let me tell you what the it is. It means winning this November and sending Donald Trump back to Mar-a-Lago permanently. But that's just the beginning, because getting it done means finally providing health insurance to every American who lacks it. Getting it done means passing common sense gun safety laws that protect our children and communities. Getting it done means making America a global leader in the fight against climate change. Getting it done means creating good jobs with higher wages. Getting it done means addressing discrimination and inequality. Getting it done means creating a path to citizenship and finally fixing our broken immigration system. And getting it done means protecting a woman's right to choose. Our campaign is a fight for America's ideals and values. It's a fight to build a better future for everyone, not to bring back a past that left so many out. It's a fight we cannot afford to lose. So I need your help and I need your vote. And when you talk to your friends and families, thank you, just tell them. If you want quality health insurance for everyone, not just empty promises, if you want to combat inequality with fairer taxes and better jobs, if you support my commitment to public education, no matter what zip code you live in, if you share my belief for opportunity for all and not just for a few, if you are ready to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, and if you are ready to clean out the Oval Office and get things done, then welcome to Bloomberg 2020. Thank you.
Well, former Vice President Joe Biden has surged to victory in Super Tuesday contests across the South and beyond, while Senator Bernie Sanders claimed gold in delegate-prized California, divvying up the map on the biggest primary day of the season and indicating a tight battle between the two that is likely to drag on for weeks. But the headline of the night was Joe's remarkable comeback after his poor performances in Iowa, New Hampshire, and Nevada earlier this year. He won most contests Tuesday, though who came out ahead in the delegate race remains unclear and certainly outperformed expectations from just a week ago. Now, Biden's weekend win in South Carolina and the decision by 2020 rivals to bow out and endorse him were, of course, some factors that played a part into Super Tuesday, especially in Minnesota, which he won after backing from ex-candidate and home state senator Amy Klobuchar. Now, so far, as you can see, Biden has won 8 states. He's projected wins in Massachusetts, Minnesota, Virginia, Tennessee, Alabama, North Carolina, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. Sanders won his home state of Vermont, later racked up wins in Colorado, Utah, in addition to California, as Fox News projects. Now, California and its 415 delegates amounted to be the biggest prize on the map here on Tuesday, but it's the second biggest contest in Texas with 228 pledged delegates. That's currently too close to call. Maine's race is also outstanding, that call is. And in every state voting on Tuesday, candidates who fail to receive 15% of the vote will either statewide or in a congressional district leave empty-handed. Candidates who clear the 15% threshold receive a proportional share of delegates. Now, it remained unclear whether Biden would exceed the 15% minimum in California. Taking a live look at some of those numbers that are starting to trickle in, we did see, though, long lines still in California as voters were waiting for hours at the poll, reportedly. Bernie Sanders currently in California leading with 26%, Michael Bloomberg in second with 19%, followed by Joe Biden with 17%. I did want to let everyone know here that we are going to be shutting down this stream here very shortly, probably in about 5 minutes. We'll keep our eyes out on these results that continue to come in. Until then, we're going to be giving ourselves a look here in New York as it's a windy and looks to be wet, kind of cool night. If I get more updates on those numbers, I'll get them to you right here on News Now. Now, just to give you an idea on how close Texas and Maine are right now, too close to call Joe Biden with 33.62%, Bernie Sanders with 33.57%. So it is less than 0.1% difference there. And just to also give you a look down at Texas, their numbers slowly coming in as well, as it's too close to call because Bernie Sanders has 28.68%. Joe Biden with 28.5%. So there you go. That's the reason why Fox hasn't been able to call who's going to win that race, because as the numbers are coming in right now, only 53% of those numbers have come in from Texas, and right now it is neck and neck between Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden. And the amount coming in from Maine also, those numbers still are coming in here as they continue to trickle down, and that's at 79% in so far. So again, Bernie is projected to win in California, but it's unclear who will come out on top in Maine and Texas. Just want to remind you, if you haven't yet, you can subscribe to our News Now channel. We cover everything from breaking news situations to live events like today, and of course, all those top stories that happen across our country. We do appreciate each and every single one of you who've already subscribed to our page. And just a reminder, we're going to be shutting things down here in just a few minutes. And once again, here is that live look as Sky Fox is up in the air, showing us those polling lines that are continuing to make people wait. That is one of the reasons why California's numbers are only slowly coming in, is if you were in line by the time they close these polls, they are honoring that you will still get a vote. And it was coming in that many people had to wait hours in line to be able to vote. So again, we're going to be shutting things down here as we are ending our stream. I will say goodnight though here in just a few minutes before we do shut things down for the final night. And don't forget, you can tune in right here on News Now on our stream, as I'm sure Mike Page will be giving you all of the latest updates on the results and, of course, the fallout after Super Tuesday, what candidates are saying, what those final numbers were as they keep coming in here tonight. We do want to say thank you so much for being here with us on our News Now stream. We are shutting things down here on this Super Tuesday. Hope you have a great rest of your evening, and as I mentioned, we'll be right back here with a full News Now stream from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Arizona time for you. Have a great rest of your night.